right, test the mic. 1 2 1 2. Mic test here. Mic test 1 2. Mic test. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Mic test. All right, let's see if I can put it. Welcome, guys. The voice of SINOE with ESOTERIC. Wonderful day. I have a special guest today on the platform. We're going to be building our audience, and shortly, my special guest will be with us. And please, as you get on, share the link for me, please. All right, let's do a little entertainment here as we build our audience, as we share the link. All right, let's see. I'm going to feature my Pekin here, my little brother who is doing his theme, Roland Ross. So let me see what he has for us.
Singing hallelujah.
All right, guys, welcome to Voice of SINOE in the diaspora with Dark Side for the Esoteric. Wonderful day here in the city of Prosper Park, Pennsylvania. My special guest on the platform today is Melvin Dweh, the former vice president of the Minnesota Chapter of the United States Association in the Americas. He's my special guest today. So we want to be back to build our audience a little bit. Please, as you get on, share the link for me. They're going to be a fascinating show. Melvin Dweh doesn't make it lazy. He tells you as it is. So, and this is Saya for the tonight. I will hold the brother feet to the fire. That's how I do it. I'm not here because my friend, my family. When you come here, you're going to take the hard questions. We want to interact, and I will bring out the truth. I will make sure you explain yourself. If something is ambiguous, you will be pressed to explain it vividly to the people. All right, so we'll be right back. Let me feature, these are Minnesota artists right now. So I just did my boy, Roland Ross. And now let me do my boy, Tio DeFranco here for us. Let me see what Tio has for us.
Oui, c'est ça. Pour la première fois dans le studio, ici là, je m'appelle Tio DeFranco. Tiens! I will never hurt you. 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 Mon amour, mon amour, mon amour. Et quand je te vois dans le milieu de la nuit, c'est ton amour que je vois. Et quand je dors, quand je suis chez moi à la maison, je regarde mon portable. Et c'est ton amour que je vois. Baby, je t'aime. Baby, je t'adore. Baby, donne-moi ton amour. Somebody call 911. The girl, she killing me. The way she rocking me go. Oh, baby, I want you so. Somebody call 911. The girl, she killing me. The way she rocking me go. Oh, baby, I want you more. No, 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 no. Makwaya. Tamale, 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 tamale. Baby, can shake with me, tamale. Baby, can rock with me, tamale. Baby, can move with me, tamale. Baby, can dance with me, tamale. Hey, tamale, darling, tamale, tamale, tamale. Hey, tamale, tamale, hey, tamale, tamale. Petit go, t'es tellement jolie. Somebody call 911. The girl, she killing me, the way she rocking me go. Oh, baby, I want you so. Somebody call 911. The girl, she killing me, the way she rocking me go. Oh, baby, I want you more. Maman vient va bazooker, maman vient va danser, maman vient va raccommoder, on va danser, on va zouker. Maman descend, 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 on va zouker. Somebody call 911. The girl, she killing me, the way she rocking me go. Oh, baby, I want you so. Somebody call 911. The girl, she getting me, that way she rocking the go. Oh, baby, I want you more.
Baby, slow down, they like that way I whine. Girl, you looking pretty fine. Need the way you to blow my mind. Slow down, they like that way I whine. Girl, you looking pretty fine. Need the way you to blow my mind. Me not say kid it. Let me see you broke it down, kid it. Baby, don't back it up, kid it. Let me see you wind it up, kid it. Kid it. Me not say kid it. Let me see you broke it down, kid it. Let me see you back it up, kid it. Baby, don't wind it up, kid it. Kid it. Me not say.
Somebody baby, rock your body, baby, rock your body. I want to see your body, move it, baby, shake it for me, baby, rock it for me, baby, move it for me. Now somebody call 911, now the girl she killing me, the way she rocking me go, oh baby, I want to you so, somebody call 911. She killing me, the way she rocking me go, oh baby, I want to use it, somebody call 911, the girl she killing me, the way she rocking me go, oh baby, I want to know more.
Yes, Theo Franco right there. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the Voice of SINOE. We're Esoteric coming to you live from Prosper Park, Pennsylvania, these United States of America. All right, we are waiting. Okay, we are waiting for the guests to get on as well. Backstage, let me see what I can send the link one more time to the gentleman. Let's see whether you can join us now. This 10 minutes after. Let me send that link one more time to the brother. All right, he's gonna be on here in a second. The link is out to him. I'm following live from Liberia. Okay, Dr. Dripper, thanks for following me. Appreciate your presence on the show. Also looking forward to your book. Your book is coming up. I can't wait to get a copy of it. All right. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, my special guest, he's getting set backstage. So we got to get the ball rolling here. You know, Melvin Dweh doesn't make you lazy. And so is Dr. I put it, you know, press the brother. The brother will ask you bring his stuff of rhetoric. And we're going to make sure that poke holes in them. All right, so I'm just waiting for my guest to get set backstage. And I will make a official introduction here. So let me see. Look a little advertisement here too for my guest. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I have the special honor at this time to bring my special guest on the platform, Melvin Dweh, the former president of the Minnesota Chapter of the United States Association in the Americas. It's my special guest today, so he has an array of issues that he wants to talk about, or that we will be talking about. You already know about the several breaking news in the community. You know, Voice of SINOE brought them to you the other time. And so Melvin Dweh will be putting a lot of things in context for us today. So without further ado, he was backstage, so let he get situated. He's not back there right now, so let he get, when the man get back in his seat. All right, so he's situated now. So without further ado, I want to bring on Melvin Dweh on the show for you. Mr. Dweh, welcome to the Voice of SINOE.
Thank you, Doc. It's a pleasure to be with you.
I like your Afrocentric attire. Very beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How is Minnesota / North Dakota?
Yeah, personally, I'm in North Dakota. It is sunny here, good weather, and it's nice out there.
Okay. Is there a reason why you thought to do a combination of Afrocentric attire and Western stuff. You know, you got the glasses.
Well, yeah. No specific reason, but we.
Okay. But how's the family out there, though?
Yeah, everybody's doing fine.
Great.
It's great out here.
Great. But my audio is fine on your side, right?
Yeah, I'm getting you cleared.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, again, the Igbe is my special guest today, Melvin Dweh, former president, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, former president, you are right.
Okay, excellent. All right, I don't want to be charged. Say that again.
Former vice president.
Okay, former vice president of Minnesota Chapter. All right, so Mr. Dweh, we have an agenda here. I want to be faithful to the agenda, so I don't want us to be dangling all over the place. You are fully aware the founder of the VODA Development Association in America is also the founder of Global Tech International. Also the founder of New Harvest International in Philadelphia. The late Lawrence Dix, he was buried yesterday, and you had the opportunity, like myself, to work with him. And so I just wanted to give you a little opportunity so you can reflect a little bit on this great man legacy.
Thank you, Dak. Look, it's a sad day for us all. Lawrence was a great guy. I first met Lawrence in Morovia. I just came from SINOE I can recall in 1995, and I was in Honorable Zaza house when something happened in the house, and I think the couch, Zaza bought a new set of couch, and the next morning everything disappeared, and we rushed over to the next police station to inform them of the incident, and they sent people to the house. Police got to the house, and I was glad. I was happy because I saw Lawrence and I saw him speaking sample to my auntie, and it was Zaza. And when auntie left, I asked, who was that guy you were talking to? And the auntie was like, oh, he's from VODA. And I was so proud, you know. I was so proud to see that somebody from VODA was in the police intelligence unit at the time. And so I was so very excited. Then I had the opportunity, you and myself, to work with Lawrence during the pandemic. We had this project that we undertook, and Lawrence was very, very instrumental. Lawrence was appointed as the chairman for the planning committee, and he did extremely well. We worked together. I can remember we had tussling, you know.
Right.
There was a lot of things. You know, VODA is a very big town, and a lot of educated people from over there. And we had this debate going back and forth with Lawrence. And the next morning, I gave him a call. I was like, brother, I'm so sorry for the back and forth last night. He was like, look, it is laudable. That's what he said. And I was happy to hear such a thing from him. It was that you, my brother, you are my little brother. It is laudable in as much as we debate issue with regards to improving the living standard of our people. I have no issue. It's nothing personal, you know. And I was happy. Lawrence, it's a great loss to not just the VODA people, but the Sapo people as a whole. So I just hope our brothers, Gentry Roberts and Slebby, the guys, take heart, and we all step in the footsteps of Lawrence.
Okay, so but I mean, if you were asked what one major thing that you can remember or that sticks in your mind with respect to what he did, what would that be?
Well, what Lawrence did, what I really admire about Lawrence, if you know, Lawrence left VODA at a longer age. For such a guy who left the town at that age to still have the passion for the time. You know, Lawrence left from the state, went all the way to Vubadi to build that the elementary school over there.
Right.
So that alone is a testament to the kind of heart he got for the people. The guy left from Vubadi, left for the United States, drove. Lauren Picker got burned in that process. And he was very committed to that. He came in. I had a chat with him, you know, and you could see the passion in Lawrence to make sure that the people of Vubadi get education. Children, you know, have a decent place to sit, and that's what I learned from him. He left Vubadi at a younger age, and even with that, still he has the passion to make sure that the people's lives improve.
All right, wonderful reflection there. I share the same sentiment. I thought he was a quite knowledgeable guy. He knew exactly what he wanted, not only for the Sapo people, he worked for the people of Liberia. Yeah. I mean, he was taking on projects for the government, you know, building roads, you know, stuff of that nature.
Not just Vubadi. He took a lot of projects. You know, he got his NGO.
Yeah.
And if you go on his page, you will see some of the photos where he was working with some of the Indian people.
He established what he called I just called the company name, some Global Tech, actually. It's Global Tech International. Yes. So that was the construction company he established. I was to his church yesterday where they had the memorial service, huge edifice, you know, the guy had over there. That's great, man. It's a blow. His departure is a blow to us. Yeah.
Very, very big blow.
All right, let's transition. You to do a transition for a second. I just thought we can start a conversation without.
Just before you do that,
go ahead.
I want to say, I want to give words of sympathy to Vesta Tia. I don't know whether you got the information. As we buried Lauren yesterday, another death news came in. Says Vesta Tia lost her mother. And so I just want to take the time to say sorry to the family as well. I know the woman very well. She read every one of us. And it was a lot. She lived her life, you know, she's very old, and that should be celebrated. So I just want to say sorry to the family.
All right, yeah, to join you as well, my sympathy to Sis Vesta. You know, she also a member of VODA. Yeah. After the show, I will reach out to her myself. I am bereaved. You know, the Oma, you know Oma Mary, right? Yeah, Toa's mother.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she also passed away. I think yesterday or the day before yesterday. So, myself, I'm bereaved. You know, so. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough time for us.
Yeah.
All right, let's do the transition here. And I think our discussion was you wanted to touch on some things with respect to the state of our union.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. What's that? What's going on? I think a lot of us, we are in the know, but maybe there's something as one of the members of the power structure of Minnesota chapter, even though you are not there no more, but there are things maybe you'll have that you want to share with us. What's up with the state of our union?
Yeah, it's a complete chaos, and I will say it's a leadership crisis here. I will not attribute that to one branch and leave the other. I tried to send you a video so that we will go through the video, but I don't know why. Probably the video is a little bit longer, so we couldn't get to you. But look, this organization is a charity organization, and whatsoever thing that we should do should be in the interest of the people. The people's interest should be first. What is the interest? To go back and help our people. It is not about us. You know, this generation of the Sapo people that are here in the United States has the platform to do much, much better for our people. Because I don't expect my children, you know, to have the same passion that I have today for the Sapo land. Because they have not been there. We've been there. We know the suffering we went through. So I thought we should have considered the interests of our people. The bigger agenda should be working together you know, to help the people make sure the projects are undertaken back home. But you know, that was my impression. You know, I was impressed when I sat with the national president and I saw the same passion in him. Since the establishment of this organization, there until we got involved, there was no project that you could point to, nothing at all. There were rumors of people, you know, misusing funds and other things. But when we got involved, we sat with the national president, we saw the passion in him. And we supported him. We supported the national president. He knows that nobody can doubt my support to the president. I've argued with you on so many occasions that the president was the right person. But equally so, when you have two branches that are given the mandate by the Constitution to perform the tasks, the executive making policy, the board approving and check and balance, all these things, they should be working together. And they fail us. So it is a policy issue, a very, very big policy issue, leadership issue that we should look at keenly, especially the young folks that are coming up. It's a big concern. That's what led us here. So you have the president on the other hand who wants immediate projects back home, and you have the board that are doing the check and balances, and they are not coming together to issues. That's what led us here. So I don't want to attribute this thing to one branch. I felt they are all responsible, and it's a leadership problem.
Okay, so fair enough. Let's see it. That's how you see it. But when I ask you what is the state of a union, you said it is in complete chaos.
Yeah.
And my understanding of that word, if something is in complete chaos, no leadership, no order, everybody doing their own thing. Is this the situation we have right now?
Well, where we are right now, as you know, the president went to Liberia. And when he came back, there was a letter sent by the board of directors, and that letter created the problem we are experiencing now. And so,
do you think that letter, it was wrong on the part of the board to have sent the letter?
Well, my first reaction to the letter was, look, the board was wrong, and I think I still maintain that the board
was wrong by virtue of what?
The timing of the letter. The timing of the letter. The president went to Liberia. Whatsoever that happened, you know, you just got to wait the fact that the convention was on hand, you know. We let us get to the convention and we can handle all those things during the convention. But the board too had their agenda, you know. The national president came from Liberia knowing his term was over. You know, he came with new projects to be undertaken, which prompted the board to immediately write the letter. So, you know, all these things to take into consideration.
Mr. Dweh, if I understood you correctly, if I like to say you're providing, you said checks and balances earlier, right? Yeah. And so if you are providing checks and balances and you find out the other side that you're working with, they are contravening, they are going against the structure that you put in place. You say you should sit down until you get to the convention before you make your concern known. That's what you're saying? Well,
my own, if I was member of that board of directors, I will vote against the letter, considering the time. Look, we all, Madison, you were here in FICO, and that's the reason why I want to also look at that video to point to some of the things. You know, confusion drags. It's not just something that popped up that brought the confusion from one thing to another, one thing to another. And whatever it is, both sides have their points. They got issues of concern. You know, we were here in FICO, and we So what happened in FICO? This union should have been divided in FICO, you know. But the president was very, very much, you know, he considered the peace agenda of the organization. He didn't want any division, and we had to handle. He had to handle the issue here in FICO carefully.
Okay, so Mr. Dweh, you said one of the issue that you had, one of the issues you have with the board of directors is the timing of the letter.
Yeah.
Is there something on the side of the president that you think he did wrong?
Yeah.
Give us some.
Look, you know, I've supported this president. I still hold that respect for the national president. He knows that very well. Why I didn't foresee from the national president. Look, before I left Minnesota, the national president appointed me as the chairman for his re-election. We were on a very right path until the president went to Liberia, and I didn't see the importance of going to Liberia. If I was asked at the time, I just moved to a new environment. I was not involved with the planning. If I was to be asked, I would have told the president to table the trip to Liberia. That trip is where I think the president went wrong, you know, to go into the cover of the union without the approval of the board of directors. You know, I think no matter what happened, these things should be looked at carefully. I know the president went through the General Assembly at the time, and I was online. I was online when.
Okay, let's underline the word General Assembly. What constitutes General Assembly according to our Constitution?
Yeah, these are some of the things that we should look at carefully.
I'm not hearing you. Somebody call you?
The General Assembly. There are so many ways of doing things. The General Assembly.
I want you to start your explanation from the beginning, please. I didn't get the genesis of your statement.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. I'm not getting. I don't know what's happening.
I think somebody called you, so you got to call back in.
Say that.
Come back in. I think somebody called you. That's why we're not hearing you. Yeah. So guys, we are just warming up right now. I got, bunch of questions for the former vice president. So you got to stay tuned. You got to share the link for us. Yeah, it will be a very interesting conversation. So I'll wait for the brother to get on. I think somebody called him, and so his volume went down.
Yeah, sorry, somebody.
Yeah.
Well, where were we?
So I think I was asking. You were talking about the president was wrong for going to the account to take the money against. No, actually, it's the General Assembly.
The General Assembly.
Right.
So
sorry.
the General Assembly makes decisions so many ways. They make decision by way of teleconference. They make decision through the.
Mr. Dweh, hold on a second. I'm not saying how do the General Assembly they make this. I'm saying what constitutes General Assembly according to your Constitution.
The General Assembly comprised of all the chapters, and when we go to the convention, the General Assembly is together at the convention.
Okay, people sitting in convention. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so now when you say General Assembly in the context of the teleconference, explain that to me. How does that equal teleconference people that gather? How does that equal General Assembly? In your Constitution, it's people that gather sitting in convention. Yeah.
The General Assembly, the president also can assemble the General Assembly by means of the teleconference.
Where's the constitutional backing for that?
Well, I would not give you a specific point.
No, Mr. Dweh, you are giving my audience information, and so it has to be authenticated with constitutional provisions.
Yeah, because I know a lot of decisions have been made through teleconference, and you know, Dak.
Yeah.
We only go to the convention once a year, and so before we go to the convention, there are issues that issue that the president take on. The president will take on, like if somebody dies, they get on the teleconference and have meetings, make decisions. So what I'm saying is a lot of decisions have been made through the teleconference, and that's the policy. Whether it is
The
constitutionally
policy, because the president did not, the policy aspect you're talking about is the General Assembly that's supposed to write policy. And during the last convention, you were one of the guys that actually worked on the Constitution.
Yeah.
And one of the things you asked was for the executive will come up with policy, okay? And that wasn't done. So when you say it is our policy, what exactly are you referring to?
Because that's what the executive do. That's including the board. They have meetings. They make decisions online. You will not wait for the convention when something happens that need immediate attention today. You will not wait for the convention to address that. So they tend to go online, have meetings, and make decisions.
Okay, but do you? I mean, go ahead.
That's their policy. That's what they do.
Okay, yeah, but the Constitution, you talk about division of labor or division of power in the organization. You know about that, right?
Yeah.
The board of directors, according to you, if the president wants something, at least financial, for just to narrow the conversation, they should write a voucher, and the voucher should be sent to the board of directors. Okay, and according to you, if that voucher is not, if the board of directors don't reply within 2 weeks, that is considered automatically approved, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The executive sent the voucher to the board of directors.
Yeah.
The guys replied the same day, the same hour, and yet the president called a teleconference and he calls that General Assembly. And he took the money knowing that it is the board that has the fiduciary responsibility to approve finance for the organization. So if you say the General Assembly now approves money, then you are taking that function from the board of directors, which is not the function of, unless the gala, there's a different thing, physically, according to the Constitution.
That's what I said. The president was wrong to go through that channel. But then again, that's what they do. That's what they do. The president will call the General Assembly by way of telecommunication, because we cannot wait on certain issues to be addressed at the convention. You want to go to the convention once a year. So when something happens, I need immediate attention. The president will call meetings and they will discuss it and pass and do the best for that issue. So that's what I'm saying. And that's what I thought. But when it comes to the president withdrawing money from the account, whether by means of the General Assembly through teleconference, I think that was wrong. Especially, I was online that night and it was not conducive. If you have people who want to make meaningful suggestion, nobody will want to speak that night, because it was really chaos, people insulting one another. And I was still hearing the president calling for votes, and I was shaking my head, because I felt, even though that's what they do, is you should come on, you go to the you call for teleconference and discuss and make decision. But that night was not conducive, and that's what I thought the president shouldn't have gone that route.
So, but the trip to Liberia, was it an emergency? Was it necessary?
Again, if you ask me, at the time, I was asked to be the chairman for the re-election of the president. And as a campaign manager, I would say no. Look, the president is a brilliant guy. These guys have the passion for the organization. I cannot take everything away from the national president just because of the present issue. The president is the very first president to undertake a meaningful project, tangible. If we can point to anything today, it would be this president.
What is the economic impact of that project on the people?
That's another thing. But let me just explain what I want. That's another thing. So this president, in my opinion, at the time, has 80% to be re-elected. Undertake the project, come back, let us campaign, and get to re-elected. When you are re-elected, you can undertake the Banner project. So I felt to go to Liberia, take money without the boss signature and go to Liberia just to go open house. I thought it was counterproductive to our agenda. You see,
So, but why didn't you come public at the time to speak against it?
I know at the time I just moved to this. I just moved to FICO, and I was not involved into that decision. I didn't get a call.
But you know about it, Mr. Dweh. You came on. We had a conversation before.
Yeah,
I mean, when all those things were going on.
Yeah, I know about it. But what I'm saying, I was not given a call by the national president to ask for my view. What do you think about what I'm intending to do? You know,
no, but as a chapter vice president, yes, and you know this president, the president took an action that doesn't resonate with you.
Yeah.
I mean, why keep quiet until you wanted for the president to call you and say, "Oh, Mr. Dweh, I went into the account without board approval. I took the money," before you talk?
Yeah, Dak, I went online. You know, like I said, we got to go online to discuss this. And the president called for a meeting, and we went online, but I couldn't talk because of the
chaos.
The chaos that night. You have people insulting one another. No, I couldn't talk. How will you talk? You know, in that kind of environment, I couldn't say anything. You know, but I felt that was a time that you could oppose. You know, you could subject. You know, and nothing could be done. I couldn't say anything. I was just listening.
Yeah, but that wasn't the only means through which you could speak, though.
Yeah, but you see, understand now I'm the vice president of our chapter. I'm not part of the executive, even though I can speak, you know, to issues. But the president executive has.
No, you are part of the executive. According to the Constitution, all the chapters, yeah, the leaders, they constitute the National Executive Committee.
Yeah,
okay?
But I'm the vice president. I'm not the direct president for the chapter. Even though I have attended executive meetings, the president, the chapter's president, Mr. Wale, will ask me sometimes to go there. But directly, Mr. Wale will represent the chapter, and I'm the vice president. So I'm not saying I couldn't talk, you know, but I said I felt I could express myself during that particular meeting because I couldn't say anything.
So, but you said at the time, I listened to you say at the time the president had 80% chance of winning.
Yeah.
Do you still hold that view?
Right now, yeah. Look, listen to me.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. The national president, like I said, the national president has the passion for the organization. You know, things that are going on right now, the president doesn't want to see the organization divided. Believe my word. You know, and that's what I want us to be careful how we talk.
Mr. Dweh, I don't want to. I'm not cutting you, but I don't want to believe your words. When the president established another convention in Minnesota, he said I should believe your words. Go ahead.
Disagree, but I'm saying from my experience working with the national president, there is no way I can say that in front of you here and say the president wants, even with the current issue, the president wants the organization to be divided. No.
How else do you want him to do it to prove that he wants the organization divided?
Well, Dak, when things like this happened, right? We should look at both sides. And I'm not here to tell you who's wrong. I feel the Constitution gave these two branches the power to debate issue, disagree to agree. And that's their job. That's what they are there for. My team with the national president, if the board of directors, if you have any disagreement with the board of directors, who do you take it to? Where is the appropriate place to go to? It's at the convention where the General Assembly will be present. Then he got reasons for not going. You know, so I can't say.
What are the reasons?
Well, they pointed to the letter that was written by the board of directors.
That's what is the problem with that letter?
When I went to Minnesota to speak to the chapter, to speak to the chair lady, the national president, and that's what I was told. This letter should be rescinded so that we can go to the convention.
And why?
That's what they wanted. Feel that way they will have.
What's the reason they gave you for the letter to be recounted? Why? What's the reason?
Because the letter is a legitimate document. Okay. So if you write a letter like that, You know, I've been following people in the context of that letter is a reminder letter. But mind you, they also wrote the financial institution.
Right.
So that is liquor. So you can't write a liquor document and then turn away from that legality, the legality of that document, negotiate with the national president again, say let's know this letter and go to Florida. I think that's if the board of directors consider the president to take charge of every proceeding of the convention within their heart, with the interest for peace, then resend the letter and let everybody go to the convention and debate the issues.
Yeah, but here's the problem. You have to take series of steps.
Yeah.
So in order to get to the rescinding of the communication, there are a couple of steps that I understand you are part of the concerned members, right?
Yeah,
Before you come to that, so the elders first, they try to negotiate with the two bodies, if you want. The board accepted everything the elders proposed.
Yeah.
The president was the one that refused. Along the line, they went back and back. According to the elder communication, for 10 months, they've been negotiating, and the president kept saying no. And you guys, you got on board.
Yeah.
Yes, still the president he's not taking you guys' proposal. So how do you get to the point of rescinding the letter? You should jump from the president, no, and go and rescind the letter?
No, I think that was the basic issue. The letter should be rescinded. That was what the president put forward.
No, but without even accepting the proposals of the people and just go to a rescinding letter, that's the step you wanted?
Oh, take charge. I think they accepted to take charge, but the letter should be rescinded. That's the dates agreement. That's the dates agreement between the elder council and the executive.
But the president did something wrong, right?
Yeah, Madison. Doc, I keep calling you Madison.
Yeah, Madison is fine. That's my name.
So listen, this is a conflict, and each side has a point that should be digested before they can come to an agreement. So if the board of directors wrote a letter to remind the president, as this it is considered, and then went to this peace table and said, okay, Mr. President, the letter we wrote, we will do away with the letter and agree that you take charge of the organization. I don't see how you balance between that letter and the agreement. It's a big difference.
You have to understand negotiation. So step one, accept the proposal. The people saying we're going to make sure, because the first lamentation from the president was, the people say I don't have power anymore to do X, Y, Z, and the elders say, you know what, your powers have been restored. The board of directors, they remain board, you remain executive. That's the first step.
That was accepted with
the president rejected.
That was accepted. No, the only condition was that we send the letter.
No, dude. I got all the guidelines. I can read the communications from both sides. Right here. Yeah.
Between you and I, right? Logically, you wrote. That's what I was trying to tell you. The importance of the letter that was written by the board. If you read the board, you know the board is the head of any charity organization. The board has the legal right. Anything happen in our union right now, the board will be held responsible by the legal authority in this country. So when you write, it is important that. So my thing is that they wrote a letter, fine, to remind the president, but when you go to a peace table and say, look,
but you do not get everything at the peace table. The president wanted practically everything to be on his side. And it's not possible. That's what negotiation is about. You don't get everything. You give and take.
From the rudiment, that's what is a leadership problem in our union.
And who is the leader?
The leader of the organization is the national president.
Okay, so the problem is Green Code GD, in other words. And
so they have this agreement.
No, let's answer that question. The problem is Green Code GD because it's a leadership problem, and Green is the leader. So Green is the problem.
Look, the problem is that I would not look. The president is not just the problem. No, I will not sit down here and tell you everything is the president.
Okay, if you were to dichotomize, do it in a proportion, what percentage of the problem goes on the president's side? 50, 80, 90?
Before this letter was written, before the president's trip to Liberia, I have been having problem with, I came on the show so many times and I told you, this bull is a problem for the organization. For me, in my personal view, if we are working to help our people back home, our focus should be projects. The technicalities involved into this decision, I don't understand. I feel that when we go to the convention, the money is raised. Let us undertake project. That's how I see. Let us immediately start.
For example, let's take this for example. Yeah. Let's take this for example. The board in 2018, right?
Yeah.
You were in Pennsylvania. You came for the convention.
I was there.
Right. We approved 12 students to be given scholarship. Yeah. The president approved. He only sent 6 students to the board of directors.
Yeah.
So you say the board is technical. You wanted the board to say, you know what? They'll go with the 6 first and forget.
Why was the reason given for the 6 people?
I don't know. So you were part of Green. So you tell us.
Listen. You said we agree at the convention for scholarship to be given to 12 students. If 6%, it doesn't mean that's the end. Take the first 6, work on it, and follow suit. But what I'm saying in general, the board of directors and the president from the time I've been part of this thing, I've never come to one agreement on a single issue unanimously.
No, dude. How was the Nestle Quarter building?
The Nestle Quarter, there was 3 building proposed by the executives. Mm-hmm. That was opposed.
Dude. Before you get to that point, hold on a second. Those 3 projects were approved in North Carolina.
Through the General Assembly.
Yes, it was approved. It was the president that brought it back on the table 2019.
Yeah.
So how you attributing that to the board?
If it were brought back to the table, then that tells you that there were problems that were
the board of directors, Mr. Sabwe and those guys, they told Green, Mr. Dweh, these projects, these 3 buildings, they got the approval of the General Assembly already. Don't put it back on the table and say, no, you're going to bring it back.
On a $64,000 building.
What happened?
$64,000 building. That was what the board proposed. $64,000 on a single building. Until the
board does not propose. It's not a job of the board to make proposal.
But
it's the executive.
That was the discussion at the time, and I understand Mr. Sabwe initiated that. Mr. Sabwe wanted that building to be built for $64,000.
He wanted it, dude. He just said that.
Listen.
Mr. Sabwe doesn't make decisions for the organization. He works with other people. So he can't say that, dude. The General Assembly, it was taken to the convention.
Yeah.
The same thing in North Dakota. The price tag. Hold on. Let's talk one at a time. In North Dakota, the price tag for the building, $30,000 was included, right? And it was voted upon. It was the same thing.
That was lastly. What I'm saying, that was lastly. That went through the General Assembly. But before that, the project that was I was not at the previous convention.
Okay.
I understand there was the project that you said it was agreed, but that was for $64,000. And I understand the national president changed his view on that project. He turned it back on that project for some reason between he and the board of directors, the chairman of the board of directors. So all in one context, I'm seeing every time there is an issue, they are not able to agree on that.
It's because of the president intransigent. He doesn't want to agree with other people.
So then you see what I'm talking about? If you have two branches that are supposed to be working together in the interest of the people, and every time they will have disagreement. How do we go forward? We will wait 15, 10 years before we're going to take one project.
So do Martin, why it didn't happen on Obaku? So it tells you that Dweh is the problem.
Well, how long Obaku was in power for?
He was there for 2 terms.
2 terms, how many years?
4. At the time it was 2 years.
What project was undertaken under Obaku? So you will only refer to Obaku's administration has been peaceful.
Yeah, this is why I can say for sure. The
Yeah.
money that Green used to build the next quarter was generated by Mr. Obaku Yima. Without money, you can't build that structure.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Dak,
yeah,
if you continue to have disagreement, and it drags on to 10 years, 15 years without undertaking one project, what are we doing?
So then the problem is from the you rightly said the executive view is the problem because your job is to implement. You have to negotiate.
Yeah,
you're at the bargaining table, but everything is no. So
yeah,
how do you get things going? You are doing it at your own detriment. You are in power.
And that's not
when the people propose, you say no, I don't want it.
No, this is my listening, and that's what I said. It's not just the executives. It's not just the executive. You have the board on the other hand that's supposed to work with the executive to be able to get these things done.
That's what the guy's doing. Let's take for example the contract. The president brought the contract. The part of the board responsibility is to enhance whatever the president is doing. So the president brought the proposal for that whole thing, and the guys went through and they say you have XYZ things to correct. That's the president should have corrected those things and bring it back to the board. But he said, you know what, the guys are nitpicking on me. So the problem is coming from the president.
Dak.
Yeah.
Like you and I have been following these things. You can't just say, oh, the problem from the president. Now the contract you talk about, the president went to Liberia, signed that contract, came back, sent copy of that contract to the board. They went through it, and I can tell you, some of the complaints that came from the board were grammatical. You know, now if somebody writes a paper, send it to you, check and balance, check the paper the person made mistake grammatically corrected.
No, it was not just grammatical.
No, I said part of it.
Okay, all right.
Those are things that I look at I see and I say these are just common things they could work together on and rectify them and agree. But my thing is, that's what I said from the beginning. This is a leadership problem. We got 2 sessions that are supposed to be working for us, but they have not been able to do that over the years. You know, and we keep dragging, taking 10 years, 15 years to approve one project.
No, but I think you are exaggerating when you say 10 years. Green hasn't been in power for 10 years.
No, from the Mr. Obaku administration to the administration before Mr. Obaku.
No, but so I mean, you can't convolute the situation, and we are talking about the current administration, so you can't move the goalposts.
I'm saying my own thing, my understanding in the whole thing is, I mean, leadership problem. We have not been able to do what we're supposed to do in the interest of the people. And where does it come from? From our leaders. When the leaders are not putting the interest of the organization first, they are doing ranking, or this other person's supposed to do the other person's supposed to do that, and they are not, you know, looking in one another face and say, look, the reason we are here today is to help our people back home. While we are arguing here, the people are dying. You see, so they're supposed to agree.
So the chairman is here saying, for the correction purposes, Usaa-Mn, all the board of directors never proposed 65,000 housing project. Please ask Mr. Dweh to produce the proposal. Your feet to the fire now.
Yeah, no, the national president just made me to understand that there was a deal. Mr. Sabwe wanted them to undertake. There was a contract, $65,000 for a building contract. They were just about to go into that contract when Mr. The board member from North Dakota raised a concern, for which the national president have to turn it back to that project. That's 65,000.
But the man said produce the proposal. Do you have it?
No, I don't have it. I'm telling you.
But you cannot, again, you can't come on the platform and say, because you know people will listen to you.
Yeah,
you know, hold on, let me make my thought. You came here at one point and you say, oh, I'm lying on people and da. So when you come here too, we want to hold your feet to the fire. So the people are now asking you for tangible. Okay, and you are saying, oh, that's what the president told me. So we got to believe what the president told you.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, yeah, but listen, I'm a guy who, when something happens, I will call. I will always want to do my investigation before I say something. And if Mr. Sabwe says that he doesn't know about the $65,000, I'm not saying he made a proposal, but there was this project that was supposed to cost $65,000, and the arrangement was made by Mr. Sabwe, the contractor. That arrangement was made by Mr. Sabwe. And
this thing you are saying, you don't have evidence to substantiate that. So let's just segue a little bit. Winnie is saying, I disagree with you for saying that the president doesn't want this organization to be divided. Winnie disagree with you.
Yeah. Before I get to Winnie, I want Mr. Sabwe to tell you that there was no project. There was no,
dude, you are making the claim. The burden is not on Mr. Sabwe. The burden of proof is on you.
He just wrote, and Madison, I'm not going to toss on this issue. You are asking me the situation in our union right now, and I'm trying to tell you the situation is a leadership problem. You have the board of directors and the president that are not able to make decisions for the interests of our people. And you ask me why are some of these decisions, and I'm telling you, once there was a contract negotiated between the board of directors and the executive, and that contract, I mean the project, the contractor the arrangement was being made by Mr. Sabwe. Until last meeting, when the board of
Mr. Sabwe is not the executive, so he cannot make the contract. He can do all this. It's executive function.
The contract arrangement was made by Mr. Sabwe, according to what the president told me. You see, until last minute to have the board member from North Dakota to object to that. So these are some of the problems that I'm trying to explain. What is bringing this confusion? It's not just today. It's not just yesterday. We came to FACO here to have the board of directors election. And we were in the basement there for over an hour arguing. The board is not ready to go into election. The national president, we have to prevail on the national president to put the interests of the organization first, which is peace. And he let it go. We all were out there jubilating, and that's I'm telling you about problems dragging from one situation to another.
Okay, all right, okay, do fair, but I think some comments are coming. So go ahead, and your thoughts. Go ahead.
What Winnie said, yes, Winnie, you might say that, but I'm pissed off with the national president. I feel, look, if the president, the executive and the board of directors are not getting along, the right place to go is the convention, where you will have the General Assembly and you'll be able to debate on issue, and General Assembly will take votes. That's what I'm mad with the president. That's what I think.
So you are pissed off at the president?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm pissed at the president for not going to the convention in Florida.
Did you try to prevail on him to go and he didn't listen?
Yeah, I spoke with the president. I think that will be our next thing to talk about, what we have done, to make sure this issue was resolved. Yeah. So
but there's a question that came in my inbox. I don't know, some people that I don't know, they just write it. So the person said, if the president did good things, why you resign?
I didn't resign because of the national president. No.
Okay, so I want you to, when we get to resignation, we can go into details. I want you to hold your thought on that.
Yeah, let's keep that for now.
Okay, so let me see some of the comments, and then we can go for a detail. So Bobby Today is saying here, you guys need to learn from the Grand Jury Association in Americas. We had the most vibrant organization, but because of the same brouhaha that has become the order of the day in your organization today, GGA has dwindled into oblivion. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right. He's right, and that's exactly what is happening in our organization. We have our leaders who are not putting the interests of the people first. Look, if you are a leader, it's not about you. You have your social differences, whatever it is. When it comes to working for the people, work for the interests of the people, and that's why I'm saying it is a leadership problem that is dividing this organization. But I don't think Mr. Sabwe wants the organization to be divided. I don't think the national president, but they have the failure to agree.
I beg to differ when you say the national president does not want the organization to be divided. The Constitution is unambiguously clear. It says that if there is an impasse between the board of directors and the executive, they should bring it to the General Assembly for adjudication. I mean, there is an impasse right now, and the president is refusing to come to the convention. And he says, is that a problem?
That's why I said the letter, the timing of the letter written by the board of directors created this scene.
So how do we protect our finances, Mr. Dweh? How do we protect our finances?
Yeah, you can protect your finances by other means. But
how? Give us how.
Listen, if you want the national president to be at the convention, if you want the national president to have been at the convention, you shouldn't have taken, knowing that the convention is almost in sight, you shouldn't have written that letter. So
no, I'm saying, how do we protect, because the president was pillaging our account? How do we protect our accounts?
The right thing to do was to wait until we get to the convention. Those issues are still going to be. The
president can keep going in the account, because it's not only one occasion that the guys acted on. There was multiple occasions.
I agree. I don't like that. But
but how do we protect the finances if you say the board they were wrong?
Yeah, you see, so I feel Mr. Sabwe and the other board members barricaded the president from going to Florida.
How?
The timing of the letter, the president went to Liberia, took money from the cover without the signature of the board of directors. But at that, wait until we get to the convention.
No, but the communication the board wrote, they were clear. They said they reminded that your time is over. However, I mean, if there is a need, we look at the I don't know the exact, I'm paraphrasing here, but they talk about in the communication, if the guys are eligible, they can still come and contest, you know. So if you say they barricaded them, I don't know in what way, or going into our account, they barricaded them in that sense. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm saying I want the president to be at the convention to explain why he went to the cover, took some money without the signature. I really wanted the national president to explain on that. But why we are almost en route to the convention, the board of directors came up with a letter that damaged the whole process.
No, dude. It was the president. I think it was a ploy on the part of the president. It was a strategy. The guy said, "You send your voucher." They said, "No, it's part of their job responsibility to say no to you. It's not yes sir to you every time." The guy, you send your voucher. The guy said no. Okay, as a president now, what you do, that's what Joe Biden to do here. Right now, he wants the infrastructure proposal, right? So, and the guys are saying no. What is he doing? He is making the case to the American people. So if you think you make your proposal and the board of directors are saying no, make your case to the people. You don't call the people on a teleconference and say, let's vote and give you the money. That's not the right way to go about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that was right. Did I say that?
No, but you are saying the guy should not take action. The board of directors should not have taken action for the president to continue to take the money.
Listen, this is my point. To avoid confusion where we are today, my thinking is that the board of directors should have just hold on to that letter. Let us get to Florida, and you will have the national president sitting down right there, and you will debate these issues.
No, Mr. Dweh, it's not fair. It's not fair when you say that. Okay, let me give you instances. Hold on. Hold on a second. The president first went in the account and took $2,500 without board approval. They don't bother him. Okay? He went with that. The president, the board of directors, they won the second time. They approved. He said you wanted $7,000. The guy said we'll give you $10,000. They approved that money. The president did not get a package to the people. No financial report. The board of directors, they didn't write communication to him. All right. The president, for the third time, he has gone into the account, taking additional $7,000, and you said the board of directors they shouldn't talk.
You said the president proposed $7,000, or he took $7,000.
What?
You said the president took $7,000. Are you referring to the the project in Africa during the
No,
pandemic.
what I'm saying, I'm giving instances. The first one was the 2,500 given to Madam Dorothy Shadema. I think the thought was good, but the process was wrong.
Okay.
The second aspect. Let me make my position clear so we can be on the same page. So the second instance, the president proposed. He said he wanted to send us a COVID-19 package to the people of $70,000, and the board said, "Oh, that's a splendid idea. We will augment that amount. We'll add $3,000 to make it $10,000," and they approved that money. You put on an impression that the board that they can't work with the president. That's a clear example of working with the president. They gave him $10,000, and the president, why he did with the money, we don't know. But you are saying the board of directors, they should not take action when the president is doing all these illegal things.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't take action. That's not what I'm saying, Madison. I'm looking at the bigger picture. In the bigger picture for our union is peace. There is no way we can achieve anything when we are divided. And that's what I thought when the president went to Liberia, came back, took that money without the board signature. When he came back, we were already en route to the convention. Wait, because if we don't wait and you terminate the president's services or remind the president of a 10 ban over, and write
so, what is wrong with reminder though?
If we write it, if we write the financial institution that is the people that are signatory to the account should be no more allowed access to the account. Then it creates
Mr. Dweh, hold on, there's a call coming in here. Let me see. Hello, who is this?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm late or something.
No. We are talking about the state of our union right now. So are you listening to Mr. Dweh?
Yes, I am listening.
Okay, you have any input on what he said so far?
Yeah, this is Mr. Carter. It's Carter Jr.
Okay.
So
I think there's another device on at the back. You want to load that, please?
Sure. Hold on. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I've been listening. You guys debating this issue for I don't know how long now. Now, with what Mr. Dweh is saying about barricading the president and all this. So my question here is, because I know he's going to play this the same way again. The board function is to protect the interests of the organization. We have checks and balances. Now the board, the executive, step over their line. So immediately the board has to take action. It's not them barricading. I don't like the word you're using, barricade. It's not them barricading. Barricading is kind of like you outstepping someone and doing your thing. The National Guard can tell you, say, move from this place. That's part of you having your right to protest. They can tell you, move from here. We need to barricade here. We need you to move. Let's move forward, move backward, move this. That's barricading. The board did not barricade the executive. They didn't barricade the president. The board did what they need to do. That's their right. So that's not barricading. Now, if the president wanted to make his case, I told him in the place there. That's why I lost confidence in him. He had ace of spades in his hand. All the president wants to do was show up to the convention and make your point, sell your platform, sell your case to the people. So, Mr. Dweh, that is not barricading. We shouldn't be using words like that. It didn't barricade the president because convention coming. They did that because the president outstepped his legal limit. So you have to step in and put a stop to what he's doing. No one hits green or Doug Esoteric that he's not a hater of green.
Not at all.
He's not. But we are saying here yes, they don't understand each other. And there's a reason why. As a leader, you don't seek people that are already in your cover. You seek people that are opposition to you. Get their view. Go out. Reach out to them. Do not stay in your comfort zone and cry wolf. That will not help you. Step out of your comfort zone. Reach out to people. Why are you saying that? What's your view on this? Give it to me. Even if it's hard for me to swallow, I'm going to take it. So they both didn't barricade him. Don't use that word because I'm watching in the living room, listening to you, going back and forth with this. They both did what they needed to do. Now the elders came in and said, hey, this is what you need to do. Oh, you don't do this. They say, okay, Mr. President, don't do this. What did he say? Did he say yes or no? He didn't take all of the stuff that I just told you, all of the things the elders came out with. He didn't accept none. Now, if Mr. Gio, the president now, I would say president because, I'm not going to go with them. If he wanted to plead his case, use that and go to the convention. I'm here. Why you want the board to release that letter of him? Because
Mr. Kate,
yeah,
you have a question, please ask so the guests can speak to it.
yes. The question is what I'm getting to. Why Melvin want them to release a letter that will give Green the power to leverage the funds? Why you want them releasing letter? Because immediately you release letter, he's going to leverage funds. Why? Because it's not the letter. Green is at a path of destruction. You give him that leverage, he's going to destroy things. So why you want them releasing the letter?
Okay, all right. Let's get a man opportunity. You want to stay online, listen to him, or you want to get off? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if I say barricade, I'm not saying it in the form of taking what he just alluded to. I'm talking about what is happening between the board of directors and the president. So the president were going to this convention. If the president took money from the account and without your signature, if the two people are arguing, who do they go to? The General Assembly. The same reason why I say I'm pissed with the president is the same reason I'm pissed with the board. The board of directors should have waited because the General Assembly is the one that is going to have them debate this issue. But if you write a letter, it's a legal document. You write a letter asking the president or reminding the president that his term is over and you should immediately turn everything over. Not just that, you wrote the financial institution. So this you made the president already to feel that he's not going to be in charge of the convention. Now, having done that, you went to a peace table and agreed for the president to preside over the convention. So there are two things. So that's what I'm saying. They barricade the president because you are the board of directors. Technically, you are the head for the organization. If something, in case of any eventuality, the board will be held liable. The board will go to like what the president is saying. Let's go to Florida. And anything happen over there, the board of directors are smart people. They know why they don't want to resend that letter. They know the importance of that letter. They know the meaning of that letter. They know what they're going to do with that letter.
Mr. Dweh, sorry, somebody said I shouldn't call you Do.
When I say barricade,
hold on a second, let me see.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll try to put another caller on the line.
Okay, so you go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so they created this situation where the president.
If somebody get a device at the back, please lower. The second quarter, please lower the other device at the back. Yeah, it's okay now. Hold on a second, Jala. Hold on a second. Mr. Dweh, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so what I mean is they created a situation where the president don't feel comfortable to go to Florida when his right to
It's
serve.
the president that created the situation on the boat.
Listen, let me you kind of distracted me when you.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, my fault. I apologize.
Yeah. So they created this letter created this a situation where the president don't feel comfortable. The president doesn't feel comfortable to go to Florida because he will not be presiding over the convention. You know. So the reason why I'm saying this thing is, as I was saying, what brought us here? Leadership problem. And I'm not attributing this only to the president, not just to the board. I'm saying they all, from the rudiment of the time I've been with the organization, I've not been able to work together in the interest of the people. So if the national president is doing something wrong, you know, when we get to the convention, this thing, I'm not saying they shouldn't, you know, perform their duty, but when you write such a letter, it creates conflict, and that's where we are.
But this is a legal organization, and you say why the guys are doing stuff legally. But let's see. Let me get to the callers on the line. Mr. Gate. Let's get to Mr. Gate. Are you have any thoughts before I bring the next person on?
Yes, I want to say something. So.
Yeah, go ahead. Please be brief so the next person can come on.
Yeah.
So according to the letter that Brother Melvin is referring to, now if there will be any letter of retraction, there should be maybe the one that says you're not the president and all this, but the financial aspect of that letter should still be in place with the board. The financial aspect. I don't think the president needs or the financial power because it's going to be abused. So the board hold on to the financial power right now. Do not give any member of that executive branch financial power. Give them the power as an executive to go and preside over the meeting. That I can agree on. But not the financial aspect. I think the financial aspect, the board did a very good job by stepping in and saying, effective immediately, all of these people are not on this account anymore. Yes, that is shouldn't restore. Other than that, yes, he can give him the power to say, come and preside over the meeting. If they did that, then the president have no excuse.
Yeah, they did all of that. The elders did that. The concerned member did, or they gave all the powers to the president, but he rejected. Let's take Jala. Jala, what's your take?
Thank you, Alison. Thank you very much. Mr. Former President, matter of fact, not even still former. You still Mr. Casey, because there's no difference from you and Casey. The same thing you and Casey, you had executive meeting, Casey got in the meeting, and he started giving tweet and started saying different things. Sitting down which is something that you don't have no idea. You just jumping from Cabaret to Sincon, from Sincon to Wire, from Wire to the Mobile. You have no one evidence. Everything can tell you the truth. But you're the same person that say Casey what the word you say, I can't remember. And you're gonna go on the D-Flat platform and start talking something goes to the board reason with you. Then you say that I agree. But you know, to be honest with you, Mr. Former President, I'm very it's not strange to me. I'm going to be honest with you. Because that's the same thing when we started a special group. You went behind us and you discredit the whole group. So you coming here, everybody, for me, I definitely know you're not going to say nothing important that will be able to change anything. It's just going to be the continuous lie that the people carrying around. And you also appreciate the same thing, which is totally wrong. So you resigning.
Mr. Jala.
Stepping on that platform.
Mr. Jala. Does Mr. Dweh have the right to support whoever he wants to support? Does he have the right to do that?
I'm not stopping there. I'm not stopping.
Hello, I'm not hearing you. You got another device on back there. Hello? Hello? Yeah, that's a problem back there. I don't know. You got another device on. What's your reaction to what he said?
Yeah, look. The difference between you and I is I don't just talk. You know, if something happens, I always try to find a way to solve it. I know I'm not somebody who will go and bash at people or just talk without finding solution. When I came here, I told you from the initial stage, this is a leadership problem. You know, we have two functions of our union that are not working together. And I'm not going to attribute that to one group and leave the other group. And I told you why the president was wrong. I told you I was really pissed when the president said that he was not going to Florida, because I feel when the board of directors and the executive argue and they can't come to one understanding, it is the General Assembly that decides. The General Assembly is the high decision-making body. And that's why I got pissed with the national president. And you asked me to explain some of the issues, the disagreement between the board and the executive. That's why I came up to say the letter was wrong. The timing of I didn't just say the letter was wrong. I said the timing of the letter was wrong. The fact that we were already en route to Florida, this letter damaged the process. The national president was asked to, even before he went to Liberia, they had the issue. And they said, look, you maintain power. Both of you maintain power.
Listen to what you just said. There was an issue before he went to Liberia. In the middle of issue, you're forcing it to go to Liberia. You have issues that are unresolved.
So you see, that's why my good friend Junior should be listening. You know, when you have somebody having conversation, listen. You don't just come up and speak. Listen. When we started talking, I told you, you know, leadership problem, and we move from one thing to another. When the national president and the board has a problem, who's supposed to solve the problem, Madison?
Our constitution, they said that you bring it to the General Assembly.
Okay, so that was my problem. Why in route to the General Assembly? What's the importance of the letter written by the board? It created the chaos that we
the importance of that letter is to stop, because you just said in the middle of issues, the president went to Liberia. You have unresolved issues.
Right.
And you are forcing it to go to Liberia.
Yeah.
So the board of directors, they felt disrespected.
Yeah.
And it's not one time. I told you a couple of instances. Hold on, let me end my thought. So after a couple of instances, the president is still listening. So the guys have to put a checkmate. They have to put in your checkpoint, like you rightly said, so that the president cannot go in the account again. And you say the guys are wrong.
No, I'm saying, where do we address all these issues at the national convention? But when you say the president is no longer the president, having agreed with the other council that both of you maintain power, and then you come back to remind.
No, it was after that. The guys wrote a letter before they got to that point.
Yeah.
Before the elders,
Yeah, so before the national president went to Liberia, he was still the president. We all know the national president term is over, the board of directors term is over. We all know these things. So
okay, that's a revelation to me. How is the board of director term over? Tell me.
The Constitution.
Give me the provision. Let me read the function of the board and the executive and see.
We came to 5-year DAC. With the expectation to have a board of directors elections.
With the expectation or with the Constitution? Which one? Because expectation doesn't mean what the Constitution says.
Yeah, the Constitution said they were given 3 years.
According to the Constitution?
Yeah, they were given.
No, that's not true. The Constitution did not say that.
Okay, listen now. They were given 3 years and they revised that. They had additional year. So within the 5-year with one copy of the Constitution, that's why I want to also play that video. Sorry, it's not coming up.
Which video?
The video I sent to you that is not coming up. It's long.
What, in the basement? The one in the basement?
We debated that thing with the board of directors having the same copy of the Constitution, the executive having the same copy of the Constitution, but interpret them in two different things.
Okay, dude, just to be fair to our audience here, You just told us the board of directors and the executive at that time over per the Constitution, or you want to change that statement?
No,
according to the.
Okay, so let me rest.
Yeah.
Until we came to FICO with the expectation per the Constitution that the board of directors election was due.
With the expectation, or according to the Constitution, which one? I want to be clear.
I said with the expectation per the Constitution. That's
so per the Constitution, the board of directors time were over.
Right.
Okay. So
it was we had two people debating one Constitution. The other person would define it the other way, the other person would define it the other way. It created a lot of commotion. At the end of the day, we left the board of directors election team because we didn't want confusion. We didn't want anything to be divided. So the president let it go. We raised money and left. We have been over 1 year. So even at this point, the board of directors term is finished. But the Constitution, I know what you're about to do. Because you're going to carry me to the Constitution and say, oh, even when the board member term finish and nobody is.
No, that's not because the term of office is clear. So if you look under the executive, let's read the executive.
I don't want to debate that.
Okay, then why is the issue then? I don't want you to give the audience false information, because if you say the board of directors and the executive time over at the same time, the Constitution, they don't say that.
No, I didn't say the same time.
What did he say? Let put you on record.
I said the board of directors reminded the national president that his term is over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we came to FACO, the board of directors term was over at the time we were supposed to have election. And they said they have 1 year still pending. So as we speak, that 1 year is done. But when you go to the Constitution said the board of directors should stay if their term is over. They should stay.
Hold on a second. Hold on. There's a call coming in here.
Yeah.
Who is this?
This is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, what's the take?
Yes, just want to say thank you to the VP or the former vice president. My concern or my take is the letter. I agree with the vice president. The letter was not, timely. The times was wrong. Knowing that, we are like few months to the election. So I think the time was wrong.
Yeah.
But what the executive did do was, I think they was not prepared for that kind of action. So they ran with, false information that they both fired the executive. So based on that, all of Mr. Gio supporters, all of them, they just running with that idea that they both fired the executive. But what Mr. Gio did was, or especially what it was done was to call General Assembly or call committee, general meeting, to address the board letter, saying that, oh, look, ladies and gentlemen, this is what, the board did. But we gave few months to the convention. So what I want us to do, or I encourage all members, you let's go to Florida, to debate the issue. Instead of doing that, is encourage a supporter to be running away with, like the board fired or the executive. So that will make it tough for him.
So, but what, again, to be clear, what makes the timing wrong?
I mean, we get a few months to the election.
Does that stop the board from doing their work?
No.
Okay, so why is the timing wrong?
That's what I said. The executive, they was not, let me use the word mentor enough to handle that.
Because when you guys say the board timing was wrong and they have the guys have the constitutional responsibility to do a job, and you say that, even that 1 week left or that 2 weeks or 1 day, they still got to do their work. So when you say timing is wrong, I don't get it.
Can I come in?
The timing was wrong.
Okay, let's get Emmanuel. Let's get Mr. Dweh on. Emmanuel. Hold on a second. Let's get Dweh on. Just stay on.
Yeah. So Dak,
Yeah.
this is a issue that I've been dragging on for a very long time, and at the end of it all, the national president took money from the account, which was wrong, and I just said it. But where do we discuss the issues? At the convention. Let's get to the convention, and the board of directors can bring whatever problem they have with the national president. It can be discussed. But if you write that letter saying that you say you're remanding the national president, and I'm not saying it's not legal. I'm not saying they don't have the right to do so, but doing so now get us into the situation where the president doesn't feel comfortable because he's not going to be presiding over the convention, even if he's presiding, because later they themselves went to a peace table where they say, okay, Mr. President, you can preside. Okay, you say the president can preside, but at the same time, you are refusing to resend the letter. That's the conflict for me.
So, okay, I got your point. So, like, hypothetically speaking, let's assume the board did not take the action they took, right?
Right.
And then we got to the convention, and then the members ask, why is it that you, the board of directors, your job is to protect our finances, and the president did XYZ, the things that you are naming right now? Why didn't you put stop to it? What would be the defense of why would the board tell the General Assembly? Because the General Assembly, again, they gave the board a job to do, to protect their interests. And you are saying they should sit back until they get to the General Assembly. So when they get to the General, hold on now, when they get to the General Assembly, they will say, we watched the executive, they took the money over, and we are here to tell you that they did that. That's what you want the board to do?
No, the reason why we keep referring to the timing of the letter, if the board of directors were taking that step before the national president went to Liberia or before he took the money, you are saying, I don't even know how true is your information. Using the president took $2,500 first. He took $7,000. I doubt the information.
No, I mean, if you want me to read it, it's the board of directors communication. They wrote that they get all the infractions of the president. If you want me to read it, I can read it right now.
That makes my point still valid. If the man did it first, he did it second, he did it third, and we are going to the convention where these issues should be debated, you should have waited for us to go to the convention and not to create the kind of situation we are in right now.
Wow. So, dude, I still don't get it. Somebody is looting your account, and you say, you know what, just sit back, don't do nothing. Just watch until we get to the convention. I don't get that logic.
No,
you are a security man. People are committing crimes, and you say, you know what? Let just sit back. Let watch a criminal to do what he wants to do. Call everybody together, then we can make our case before the people. I don't get it.
I know some of these things are not. I don't want that. No, my point. You know why we're talking this guy? I'm not. Let me speak to Gino. Gino, I'm not here to protect the president. The only thing that I said was the board's letter created this situation we are in. When I came on here, I said the president was wrong to take money from the account without the signature of the board. I also said the president was wrong not to go to Florida. So I'm not protecting the president here. I'm saying when there is a conflict, you look at the two sides. If you want peace, you look at the two sides. Why is it the president is not going to Florida? Why is it this other group wrote this letter? All these things together, you have to look at them.
So, quick, before I bring the guys on the line, where does the president get the authority to establish another or set another convention somewhere? Where does he have that authority from?
He has no authority. The convention that was signed by him, he allocated $4,000 for the Florida convention. That's why when the decision came to the Minnesota chapter, and that's why as a vice president, I said, no, we can't do this. It's wrong. I'm not going to support a convention. I'm not going to support a divided convention. The only convention that we should support is the one to Florida. That's the convention that was signed by the president approved by the board.
Okay.
So it's wrong.
Fair enough. Emmanuel.
Yes.
You got a final thought so I can bring the next person on. What else do you have to say?
Sorry, but let me repeat. The president, I think he's not doing this chapter, or especially the sample people in America, he's not doing us a good. If you are plans for the convention in Florida instead of planning another convention in Minnesota. So it's not the right thing to do. And I'm still encouraging the president to, don't all stay in Florida.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garte.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Melvin was saying, I'm hearing Emmanuel and Mr. Melvin keep repeating the bowl timing was wrong. You see, this is why we always having these issues. If I don't know if you follow anything, but the late Steve Jobs, when he founded Apple, he has a full setup. Now, these are people that are well into everything, and the board realized that he was overstepping. They fired him from his own company without hesitation. They let him go. So, Mr. Melvin, you're saying the timing is wrong because we have convention coming. The timing is this because we have this coming. At what time are the board supposed to sit and watch the president do all these things and just keep silent and say, you know what, convention coming, we should take it to the body? Come on. We're all know things. You go to work, they tell you this is your job assignment, this is what you should do, keep doing this. And if you step out of bounds, you go to the HR office, go there and they discipline you. They're not going to wait and say, oh, because this man, they're with. No, they discipline you and call in to the rules and regulations. Now, I don't like the fact that we keep saying, wait, the letter time is wrong. Letter time is wrong. The man is still spreading rhetoric. Even he didn't tell people that the board, they told him that he should take over. At that meeting, Green never once came up and said the board told him to take over. Mr. Melvin, he was there. Now, we that knows his followers, half of them don't know. Like those that were making noise in there, they didn't know about it. They didn't know that they gave Green power to take over. The only thing Green wanted his hands on was the money. Plain and simple. I don't want us going back and forth. The time is wrong. The time is right. The time is this. The timing was right.
Okay.
You said, Doug said he took 2,000 first. Now, the 10,000 was the board approved. I know Mr. Melvin, you mentioned that. He said he took first, he took second, he took 10. That was not the case. The first one he took was the $2,000. And the 10,000 was approved because he got an idea for $7,000. And they said, you know what? Because you said 7, this is a good idea. Here's another $3,000. That was 10. It was approved. Now, this other trip was the one, I'm pretty sure that's why they called him off, which was right. People, come on.
All right, Mr. Garte. Let me give the guest the opportunity. He has the floor today. Thank you so much for your contribution.
I know. All right, thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Dweh, any reaction to what he said?
Yeah, no, I just want my brothers to know that we have all been working together, and I respect them. What we do here is to help our people back home, and for me, division is not the way to do that, and that's why I always find a peaceful solution to everything. I wanted the president to be present, like I said, at the convention, to have the chance. I wanted the General Assembly to have the chance to ask the president these things, because they are story to each side, you know. And the fact that the national president will use the issue of this letter now to not go to the convention makes me feel a little bit sad, you know, because we are all the same people. No, there is no way that we can divide ourselves. And that's what I meant when I said, the timing of the letter, the board should allow the president to go to the General Assembly so that all these things will be addressed. But I don't want us to keep going back and forward on these things, because I already told you the national president is wrong not to go to the convention.
Yeah, there's a statement there from Kid Topic. He said, tell the truth and stop enabling bad habits. Any reaction to that?
What does she mean by bad habits? I came on here, you asked me a question, I said the national president is wrong not to go to the convention, because when the board of directors and the executive are not understanding one another, the overall body is the General Assembly. So he's supposed to go to the convention. He fails to do that, and I'm disappointed. I also said he was wrong not to take money from the cover without the board of directors' signature. So tell her to define what she means by habits.
Okay, she's listening. Hopefully she will define that for us.
For me, look, when something happens between two people and you try to see why the other person know the other person problem, people take you to be no. Everybody knows I've been a passionate supporter of the president, but right now I'm not with the president because I feel what he's doing is wrong.
You are not with the president?
I'm not supporting the president right now because he's staying away from the convention to have
Mr. Dweh, hold on a second. That's a breaking. That's a major breaking news there, so I needed to give it to the people. So because of the things that you just listed, you are now with the president, meaning that you are not going to campaign for him anymore? I love it.
Look, I don't see how we can operate this union divided. There is no way we can operate this union divided. And I told you, if the president was going to go to Florida, we're going to campaign and re-elect this president because he had done so much for this organization. You understand me? Right. But right now, as it is, the president refusal to go to the convention that he signed means he's wrong, and I'm not with him on that decision.
All right, so let me do it. Well said, well said. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a breaking news right there. The former, you can say, vice president of the Minnesota chapter, a staunch supporter of President Dweh, should I say former president, is no longer a supporter of the president. All right, I think that's a good place for us to transition. If you wanted to say something, go ahead and we can transition to something else.
The president's decision not to go to Florida is not supported by me.
But you are still in support of him.
I still support the national president. I'm hoping that we will all come together and have a way forward, because there is no way we can be divided.
So by virtue of what do you still support him?
I support that. No, the president got my support because when I came on board, I wanted somebody who will lead us into tangible projects. We shouldn't wait 5-10 years before we can undertake projects. And the president had the passion, he had the will to do that, and he got my support. Okay, so the president gets your support, he doesn't get your support at the same time. No, he has my support, but on this decision, when the board of directors and the executive are not understanding one another, I feel the General Assembly should be the one to decide, and he's refusing to go to the General Assembly. I'm not with him on that. Okay. But I mean, I think that's still is we consider that a breaking news, and so we'll give it. All right, so to our viewer, welcome back to Voice of SINOE. I'm not getting you. Can I go off and come back online? I'm not getting you. Sure. Let me get you back from studio. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The vice president of the Minnesota chapter, he said he's now with the president for his refusal to go to Florida. But he's still with the man, so the president or the vice president, he still got, his two legs. The other one on the other side. All right, but that's a position we can't take it from him. That's the man. That's why he sees things. Okay, so we can't say otherwise. That's his opinion.
let the president get on. Let the president get on, or the vice president, and then we can continue with the discussion. All right. So VP, let me read a remark from Mr. Your board member from Minnesota, Mr. Shebe, and then we can transition. After we departed from the 2019 convention in Fargo, it took 7 months before the COVID-19 health crisis. In addition, 9 months were given to the former president, Mr. Gilio, before the board recent decision, only 4 months to Florida convention. My question to the vice president, your guess would be, what stops Mr. Gilio from putting the elections commission together?
I mean, that question belongs to the national president. I'm not a national president. I don't know what stopped him, you know. So I don't have answer to what stopped him.
You are a vociferous supporter of the president, so one will tell you no.
I support the president when I came on board this union, because I feel he has the mind that I have. We want projects. We all don't want to wait 4 or 5 years to undertake one project, and he was willing to go to any length to do that. And I found passion in that.
Yeah, Mr. Dweh, I follow your language, and you say, I feel. I mean, I tell you, I say, oh, based on the evidence, you know, based on what, but you say feelings. Anybody can go by their sensation and support something.
Yeah, that again, when I spoke with the president one-on-one, he was waiting to go to Liberia. He was waiting to sign anything that the union want to do in respect to undertaking projects. He gave me that word, and he did that. The president was the first president to go to Liberia, break ground, build. And right now, as we speak, if the organization can come together on one agreement to undertake projects and not wait 4 or 5 years, he will do that. That's
okay. But I think somebody made a request, is saying for the fact that you are not supporting the president idea not to go to Florida. Let's do a little musical interlude for that to celebrate small. You know,
Mami cool, mo jẹ ade o mayan. Biriso ke ni ọ̀rọ̀ range. Manu wa bebe o manu wa wewe o ma. Tama ina ba na ọ̀rọ̀ na wewe. Tama ina ba na ọ̀rọ̀ na ke o la we.
Oh,
Ibe do ba bo la we. Demo lo sayo ko we. Mo je nyo wa se. Ije tama no ba ne je nyo wa le o. Ewo wa no la yonde yo. Bi a twa seri. Ade. E won li fere? Mo du yi. Olivia Tujige, Mino.
Let me stop that. We can dance all day. You know, welcome back, Mr. Dweh. Let's get to our next talking point here.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just. So, Kate Java, Kate, I wanted you to have defined what you mean by bad habits, or just so you know. There is no, when something happens in our community, those of us that have the voice to speak on it, will want to look in the two hands, and that's what I'm doing. There is nothing about bad habits. I feel, and I said it, the executives, and the board of directors got this platform from the Constitution to debate issues. They should debate it, and the general, if they can't understand one another, the General Assembly should decide. As it is now, there is a big conflict, and these two sides have issues, and we have to technically look into them and not just say, oh, the national president is wrong. Let's look into the two issues. Balance equation, because you can't resolve any issue when you don't look into them, and that's where I came from. When I said the timing of the letter was wrong, we should have all gone to Florida, including the national president. But as it is sad. So there is nothing about bad habits.
Okay, so the chair lady of the Delaware Valley chapter is asking, Mr. VP, will you attend the scheduled unconstitutional convention in Minnesota after we shall have come from Florida?
Yeah.
Are you going there?
I'll be in Minnesota.
Will you support will you go to that convention?
I will be at the convention.
Okay.
I tell you what.
What?
And that's why people will look at some of us, you know, the way they want to. But for me, if you look at what I want to do, Dak, is I want to seek peace. And to seek peace, I can't stay away from people that I feel are going the wrong way. Those are my brothers. Those are my brothers and sisters. That's my community. You know, that's the community that I know, and I know what they stand for. Even though we are in a conflict, but I do know that.
I can hear you.
No, are you getting me?
No, come back. Come back. Yeah, so I don't know what the VP is talking about, but let's see how it goes. Yeah, Mr. Dweh, welcome back.
Yeah. Yes,
yeah, I wish you could put your phone on do not disturb. You know, when somebody calls, that's what happens. You know, your volume will go away.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, little before we transition, I'm kind of a little confused here. You said you do not want division in the organization.
Yeah.
And the president. Hold on. Let me finish my thought. You said, and the former national president is dividing the organization. But you're saying you go to that convention. Are you not fostering division?
Dak, that's what I was trying to allude to, you know, and as I was saying, those of us that have been, for me, that community is my community. I live there. I know what do people stand for. I know what they have done, and I know what they can do. I know the impact together we can have if we want to help our people back home. And I know also that we cannot do this without them. We are in conflict, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to resolve the issue. Now, to be able to resolve the issue, I should be in there to look like I've been doing, to look into brothers and sister faces and say, look, we need peace. Together, we have to unify ourselves. So I can't stay away from them. That's my community.
But you do what they will take you to be Julius Carrot. You are on both sides. Milton is saying you are playing double standard.
No, when somebody is on both sides, it depends what you do on both sides. If I'm on this side promoting division and I'm on this side promoting division, then you say I'm playing double standard. But I'm saying I stand for peace. And why am I going to Florida? I feel because the convention in Florida is legit. That's the one signed by the president.
But do you think the supporters of President Gio will trust you, given that you're going to Florida?
Because I went to Florida, because the national president signed the convention that is going to Florida, I should be there. So because he's not going there, means that I shouldn't go there. No, I should go there.
But I'm saying they don't like this side already. That's why they don't want to come. And you are coming there. Do you think they will trust you?
Listen, that's why I want people to erase. I hate to think we are enemies. No, we are not enemies.
Okay.
I don't like that at all. The people in Minnesota are Sapo people. You and I know these people very well. We have been working together. Nobody is more Sapo than the other. We all strive for one goal. And the only way we can succeed is to be together. And so going to Minnesota, it's not anything for me. Nobody going to, I'm a Sapo man. I should be there. That's my community.
What would be your message when you were to go to that convention? What will you tell the people?
That's what I'm going to say. If I go to Minnesota, the same message that I'm going to preach in Florida, there is no way we can afford to divide ourselves. No matter what happens, we got to preach peace. We got to seek first peace and band together. We give us strength in numbers. That's the same thing I'm going to say in Minnesota. I can't imagine a convention right now without the national president, without the national chair lady. These are our faces. These are people who we these are our leaders. So if there is confusion in our community, I'm hoping that one day we'll reconcile our differences and be one.
So yes, the chairman. The chairman is saying it is very sad for Mr. Dweh to make allegations against me and the board of directors of USA. Mr. Dweh appears to be worse than Mr. Gidio or Green Gidio. According to him, he believes in unity. Why he didn't call to inquire from me or the board of directors? That's a question. Why you didn't call them?
No, he's right when he said I didn't call him. I've never spoken to Mr. Esau. I intended to do that.
Why? Why you didn't call him?
I've not done that.
Why?
But listen, because I really didn't have the time to speak to him. But notwithstanding,
you have time to party with Green, but you don't have time to call the chairman of the board.
Listen.
God, so funny.
I spoke with the national president on issue concerning the union. The national president and I have our own thing, and we will always be who we are. Now, I've spoken to Mr. Chibwe. Board member is on here. We have discussed issue meaningfully. I've spoken to even the vice president, Mr. Goss. I've spoken to so many people on our union. I just didn't have the time to speak to Mr. Sabwe. I intended to do that, and I will try to do that. And my message to Mr. Sabwe is, I'm not worse, Mr. Sabwe. I just don't want division.
You don't think your outreach to Mr. Sabwe will be later? It will be late?
If he sees it, that's fine. But we'll meet in Florida and we'll have the chance to sit down and talk. There are issues, there are real issues of concern in this organization, and we shouldn't all just sit down and pretend that it is on one side. It's not one-sided, and that's just how I feel. It's not one.
Okay, Mr. Dweh, I like, the way you feel, but here's the question I have for you. Your father is one of the honorable men.
Yeah.
When it comes to dealing with issue, when they say who has knowledge, who has experience, and when talking about someone who can talk, that's somebody they can call. Okay. And during the intervention, he's part of the elders council.
Yeah.
These are the people that broke up the deal. That said, "Deal, this is what I want." The man disrespected your father, and you're still supporting him. I want to understand why you're still supporting this guy who disrespected your father.
First of all, I let me say this to you, Dak. I just said it on here that Mr. Gidio is wrong to put himself in a position to divide this organization. My father is part of the Elders Council, and I had a conversation with him. And one of the things that I said to him was that what happened when you were superintendent? Why did you incarcerate Mr. City? You don't know the story, but Mr. City was the former superintendent who took over from my dad. But before he became superintendent, Mr. City went to Bedouin when my dad was superintendent. And I think Mr. City took a letter either from the Senate or the president, but one of the branches didn't sign that letter. He went to the district headquarters in Bedouin and asked my dad to step aside. He has been appointed as the superintendent. When he was called to produce a document, he didn't have one of the signatories to his appointment. Immediately, my dad ordered him to be confined. So that's the importance of documents, legal document, and that's why my dad and myself spoke about the letter that was written by the board of directors. And I still say that I'm not saying they shouldn't write it. I'm not saying that that's not a job to do. But if you look at what we want to do as a union, peace should come first. And if we want peace to come first, one side have to consider the interests of the people. That's the only way we're going to work. And so
okay, Mr. Dweh, I'm not cutting you up, but speaking of peace, Mr. Gata is saying a peacemaker reaches out on both sides. Hold on a second. How can you be a peacemaker and not reach out to the board of directors?
Okay.
I think that's a deep question over there.
You keep pushing me from one thing to another. When you say something,
but I got to get the members involved. The members are giving an argument.
Let me digest it. Like what you just said is very important to me. You know, so let me digest that, then we can go to the next person. So what I'm saying, that I stand for peace, and whatsoever we can do together to be reunited again is what I seek to do. But I don't know why people will say, "Oh, you are worse," or "You are this, you are that."
Mr. Dweh, yeah, is why the people are saying. This is why the people are saying that.
Yeah.
You're saying you are making peace, but at the same time, you are campaign manager for Green. I mean, how is it that you be campaigning? You say you're a peaceful person, but then you're campaigning for one side,
So
and then the board of directors, you are not reaching out to them.
No, I was appointed as the campaign manager for the re-election of the president. As it stands right now, I'm not campaigning for the president. That's not what I'm doing right now.
Are you still a campaign manager?
You see, I understand you are a very good journalist, boy.
I just want to know, are you still a campaign manager?
No, that's not the issue right now. I'm saying,
what is the issue?
The president right now, I'm not campaigning. What I'm doing is not running campaign. I'm saying if something happened between two people, we should be able to look at both sides. The board of directors wants me to say they are right. They are right. You know, when I know there are issues from the other, or there are concerns from the other people. So we should look at these things so that we'll be able to be one. What other people are deciding to stay away and die. Other people don't want to be involved with the whole process. Other people don't want to go to any of these conventions. I could choose to do that, but that's not who I am. I want to make sure my voice is heard. So when I go to Florida, I will meet with Mr. Sabwe, and probably he will get to know deeply what I'm about. So I'm not here to say that.
I think you are getting the people discombobulated for the fact that you're saying one unity, you are for peace, but then you're going this side, you're going this side. You're confusing the people. They don't know what you stand for.
So what is peace?
Peace is oneness of people, not going back and forth on two sides. It's not peace. It's not peaceful.
So what am I seeking right now? Am I seeking?
Yeah, you say you are seeking peace, but you are supporting Green at the same time. You say you're campaign manager for him. You know, so it's not peace.
The current issue, I was a Green supporter. Is that wrong?
Are you not still a campaign manager?
No, hold on. Right now, I'm not campaigning. I'm not a campaign manager anymore.
No, are you resigning from that position? That's what I'm saying. I want to know.
Not when I moved to North Dakota, I was not contacted by the general coordinator to still continue that role. So I said,
does that mean, did they send you any communication that you are replaced?
No, there is no communication that I've been replaced, but there is no communication also that I should continue my role.
So where do you stand now?
I'm still a supporter of the president.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
On this current issue, and that's why I want people to understand. On this current issue, I'm not with the president. I feel the president should go to Florida.
Okay. All right, Mr. Dweh, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my special guest on the platform is the former vice president of the Minnesota chapter, Melvin Dweh. Mr. Dweh, I think we've been on the issue of the national, the State of the Union for a while, and I think we'll go 1 hour already. I think I got 2 hours for you or less. So let's get to the next thing on the talking point here. The simultaneous resignation of 5 executive members of USAA Minnesota Chapter, including you yourself. Yeah. What precipitated that? Okay.
Look, when I got involved with the union, we came from the group, the pressure group, which, of course, you were part of that group. And I remember when we went to Philadelphia for that convention, we had an interview with you, my friend James Newton and I. And one of the things we talked about was to continue to put pressure on the administration to undertake projects. And we also committed ourselves to making sure that this organization is not involved into financial malpractices. If anybody ate the organization money in the past, we'll go after you. And we did that. We did that very well. So when we got involved with the leadership in Minnesota, we told the people that we were not leading them to condone things that will not benefit the chapter. We were there for peace, and we were there to make sure that things will go right. Our resignation today is based on the president, Mr. Casey Wade. Casey and I are very good friends, but when it comes to our leadership ability, we got different way of leading. We resigned today because not just one reason, well, two reasons. And one of the first reasons is that the chapter of Minnesota gave Mr. Dweh, the former president Robert Dweh, $500 to take to the case in Bitterroot Creek, bad school materials for the case in Bitterroot Creek. And Mr. Dweh went to Liberia. He did not give that money. He didn't give the money for the intended purpose. And when he got back from Liberia, we made a case. That the money was not used for the intended purpose, and we wanted Mr. Dweh to give back the chapter's money. And in that process, Casey got in the way of our investigation. And we didn't like that. The executive didn't like that. We went to an executive meeting. We decided to go after the money. And Casey came to us that he received a communication from Mr. Dweh while he was in Liberia that he ran into some problems, which I felt was just an excuse. So we then Mr. Yunti got the information and they reached out to the board, not just because of that $500, but because of the $3,000 that was taken from the cover, Minnesota cover, to give to the president to facilitate the president's travel to Liberia. So Junior went to the board, and the board wrote us to investigate the money. So while we were in that investigation, we felt Casey was playing foul. As the president of the chapter, we should all go after the money. But instead, Casey was giving excuses, and the executive, the general secretary, Chenta, planning committee chair, Bawo, including Mr. Gatti Jr., all wanted to resign, but we have to talk to them to stay. We also assembled the permanent people in the community to speak to them about Mr. Wade's behavior. We got the national president involved. We got the board member, Shebwe involved. They were all part of that meeting. So we warned the president of the chapter not to get into foul play in anything that will happen going forward. This time around, this issue came up, and we went to our executive meeting again. Mayor at the executive meeting discussed the Minnesota chapters what they're going to do with regard to the convention that is to be held in Minnesota. We all agreed not to promote division. The convention that is going to Florida is legitimate because that's the one that was signed by the national president. So we should urge the Minnesota chapter to go to Florida. We had that agreement, and we called for the chapter's meeting, only for the national president to speak to the chapter and tell the chapter to go to Florida. And we felt that was very disrespectful. We cannot sit back to see the president continuing, those kind of errors as the president. So we decided to resign. That's what happened. We sent in our resignation, and we are stepping aside.
All right, we'll get your story. Yeah, I got some follow-up questions here. I seen a huge contradiction here.
Okay.
You spoke of financial malpractices, right? You said the USAA Social, Political, Economic Reformers was established to checkmate financial malpractices and those things, right? And it was against that background that the crusade was waged against the embezzlement that went on in the Minnesota chapter. But Mr. Dweh, the national president, $10,000, no accountability, but you are still supporting him. But you are not supporting Kissy Wiley, or you are not supporting Robert Tuba. I mean, why is it okay to support the national president when he is also engaged into financial malpractice?
Okay, you see, so when there are issues with the union, especially people who make decisions, we leave this thing with the General Assembly, and that's why I continue to say the president is making a mistake not to go to Florida. Because the General Assembly assembles in Florida, and there where you will have the platform to address the issues. He's not doing that, and that's why I'm not with him. Now, I'm against the president taking money from the account of the union without the signature of the board of directors. I'm against.
That's financial malpractice, though.
If that is the case, whatsoever route he took to do that is wrong, and I'm against that. So I'm in line with what I just told you. When we came from the pressure group, we don't want these kind of things to happen going forward. So that's what I'm against.
Mr. Dweh, you know why Mr. Jala doesn't trust you? You were sent to negotiate for us, and you were recruited in the process.
No.
So why should we trust you when you say you're a peacemaker?
That's not true. That's not true. Though I got respect, but let me tell you something that I will say about Mr. Jala, even though he will have some negative things to say about me, but I respect the brother. But Mr. Jala is a guy who will stand for anything that is wrong, who will stand against it. Mr. Jala, when I met Mr. Jala, we were asked to work on the recruitment committee during the inaugural program of the national president in Minnesota. So we're asked to go into the community to recruit, and I work with him closely. This guy loves the Sapo people. He wants the same thing that I want. We all want projects to be undertaken, and that's why we work together. But when I left the pressure group, when I was asked by executive of the pressure group, because the motive of our group was not just to critique. We are not just there to critique. We should be able to go into these chapters to have some meaningful role played. And that's how you see that I was able to get engaged with the Minnesota chapter, the legs of Godwin Chenter, Bawo. That's how we got to Junior. That's how we went into the chapter leadership. Even including you extended to the media person of the organization, of the executive. That's how you see Dave Cooley today. We all came from the same wing. No, I
was in the power structure before that group was established, though.
Okay, so yeah, so we decided to encourage ourselves to do that. And I can remember you calling me. You said, Mr. Dweh, I want you to contest the presidency in Minnesota. Now, Gion was in the framework. Gion was the one who we wanted to be the chapter's president. Okay, Gion went to Liberia. That's why Gion today is saying that, oh, I know you, I expected you were going to do that. Gion was the one who we were pushing to be the chapter's president. Gion went to Liberia and came back and decided not to run again because he was engaged with this NGO. And that's when you guys asked me to go and contest the presidency in the chapter. So through the process, that's how I become vice president. Now, when you are in leadership, you are not outside again to critique, and that's the difference. That's what you're talking about. How can we trust you again? I feel once I'm part of the administration, I should be able to work. I should be able to rectify issues. And to rectify issues, you have to listen to people. You got to work across the board. It's not about sitting back, criticizing again. I have to be in administration now, and I have to find solutions. And that's where that that tendency of criticizing was downplayed, and I put myself in a position to work to improve the system that I was against before.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of alarming where you were sent by a group to do a specific job, and in the process, you were recruited and you became a crusader for the people that you're supposed to exert pressure on.
So this is it. This is it, right? I remember when the president wrote the proposal, the first proposal to go do the groundbreaking in Liberia. And we felt it was expensive. The pressure group had a meeting to write the board of directors that they shouldn't accept the president's proposal. It was exorbitant. And I asked the pressure group, I was like, oh, before we write this letter, can you guys give me the chance to talk to the president? And I went not just alone, I went with Bawo. And I think Chenta, when we met the president, we told the president exactly what we feel, some of the things he has on the proposal that are exorbitant. We asked him to get this thing from the list, and he did that. Like, for example, those computers, 22 computers that were to be sent to Liberia, we asked the president, it is not necessary right now to send these computers, and he listened. So listen, it's not that you send me to represent you and I got recruited. What I saw in the national president, and I said it, what I saw in the national president was a guy who was passionate like myself, who wanted projects to be implemented, who was in full readiness to work across the aisle to make sure that we all implement the projects in Liberia. And that's what I found passion in. And when I became the vice president, I felt I should work with the national president to make sure these initiatives are met. And that's how we were able to allocate $3,000 immediately, together with the outgoing administration of the chapter, to facilitate the president travel to Liberia. That's what I wanted to do. I was not in a position anymore to critique. And if I'm the general secretary of a group who got motives and agenda.
Mr. Dweh, did you say you took $3,000 to facilitate the president trip to Liberia?
Yeah,
But you just frowned on that earlier.
No, I said because the Tuba administration was still in power. We just got elected, but at the time we are not. There has not been any power transfer. But he did it very right. Mr. Tuba did the right thing, called the incoming administration, and put that before us. The president, because the president was going at loggerhead with the board of directors. I think they were kind of dragging the president's travel to approve the budget. And so we needed the president to go. I personally wanted the president to go to Liberia to break ground so that we'll have something
to enemies necessary.
Yeah, so that we'll have something to point to, not by any means necessary, but when it comes to financial affairs, once there is money available, we should be able to do it for the president to go.
Yeah, so but Mr. Dweh, is enemies necessary to the point where the president does not have no president in the union, even the national president cannot go in the account. He can't take above $500, and the guy went to local chapter to $3,000, and you supported that idea. So his enemies necessary. Okay,
yeah. So that's what it is. We went to the convoy and took $3,000 to facilitate the president's travel to Liberia. And that's not the first time. And don't point to things that you yourself have done. So
that's a call coming, sir. Okay. Mr. Jonathan, what's your take here? What's going on?
Yeah, you know what? So we had a very show group. You know, I like to show that every time when somebody come up, most of the time, more people don't want to put pressure on the guest. It's good to put pressure on the guest. They can give you the whole inside of the main.
So I'm not putting pressure on him.
No. I ain't saying you alone. You alone. Your person is not. We all have to put pressure on him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Mr. Former Vice President. Let's say this is how people bring peace to the conflict. When the people use the parable, say a mother open our chest to both children to suck on the teddy man. There's nobody is wrong and nobody is right. If you want to make peace, you don't go ahead and say, oh, this one is wrong and this one be sincere in your life that you look in somebody's face and tell them, look, Uncle Brown or my dad or my mom, I know you bought me, but you are wrong. And, you know, the problem here right now, what we need to do as a sample people, like I said in the video the last time, we respect one another's opinions. Whatever that between us, we can catch up with in the parking lot. That way, it's not part of the sample people thing. You know, but when something happens, we find a solution to the problem and solve the problem to move on. But when we continue to carry the light and continue to like, oh, this one wrong, this one not wrong, this one wrong, this one should have never done this, they will not come to the solution. Number one, you started a good move, but then you went afar and dropped everything back in the dish. At that meeting that day, the people say you were disrespectful, you were not, you know, where you coming from, whatever you want to do, you can go to the other convention and come back, nobody cares, nobody even, all I see you talking right now, it's just going like, you know, the people that was in that meeting that day, and I can call everybody's name. You know, the only person who did not say something in that meeting that day, when I was there, it was Usaa. But the women that were there, anything that comes from that side, from you, Ellen, or any of them, or myself, the women down here, they will just take the thing. They will not even understand the word, not even come from your mouth. They will go off. You know, so the best you can do is to tell, look, okay, these people are wrong. We are wrong. Agree yourself that. So we are wrong. It's of our people. This is not about us. Let we all go to Florida. But if you don't want to go to Florida, that's fine. But there's no reason. There's no reason of we having convention if in Minnesota. So, Mr. President, former president, let's forget this thing here. It's over to you now. We have no backing. The editor came. We didn't listen to the editor. The other people came. We didn't listen to them. Now we have no way. If you were in that meeting that day, these guys, they're million %. And you and I know we live in America. You can't just call police and police can arrest you. The former president, who is the pastor, saying that the bull have the letter in the hand, that by the time when you show up to the Florida, you will just call the police and the police will just arrest you. That's the reason the bull holding the letter. You were there. The bull wrote the letter to the bank to take their name off of that they are now no longer.
Mr. Jala,
Yes.
I want you to turn your statement, whatever you're saying, into a question, please.
Yes. So, for to make it for our noise more. So, if you see it here, Mr. Former President, you don't think it's necessary to look in the face of these people that you claim to serve, that give you power, to be true to them, so that the next time, in the any position you want to run, they will consider you. You don't think it's the right thing to do? That's my question to you.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Dweh, you want to tackle that question, and then I'll bring another person on the phone.
Yeah, can you say that question again? I wasn't getting it clearly.
Yeah, you were saying if I lost my train of thought, but I think you were talking about with respect to what you are doing instead of when somebody is wrong. You don't think it would be fair to just look in the person's face and say you are wrong instead of just playing to understand double deal. I mean, what you are doing right now, you admitted that Gio is wrong, but then you are now looking in your face to say he's wrong, and then you are supporting him.
No, but who feels when I had a Minnesota chapter meeting, the national president was sitting very close to me. The president that was in between the president and myself was Mr. Dweh. He was sitting close to me, and besides that, I've spoken to the president one-on-one. But he was president of
Mr. Dweh, you want to put sorry a second. I think one of the guys, you can put your phone on mute, please, while the guy is talking. We don't get a feedback.
Yeah, so I spoke to the national president. I don't know. I spoke to him. Mr. Unity was there, and I spoke to the national president that we, the chapter executive, are not supporting the convention in Minnesota because it is.
But even though you say you go there to support it, but okay, Mr. Secretary, go in Chantan, go ahead.
Yeah, hello, Doug. I want to say thank you for this event and this platform that you have our brother onto today. I was just trying to make a comment concerning the resignation aspect when you call him why 5 cabinet members of the president resigned.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it has been stated into the communication that we sent out to the president that because of what he has evolved into. But to be frank, what the vice president is saying, even though he's saying some of them are right, some of them are contradictory, but when I take charge, this is not my first time working with the Minnesota chapter. Ourselves as the chaplain general when I was with President Robert Tuba, and our government was going on fine. And he has been doing such or something like this in the Tuba government also, where he undermines the executive. He used to be, or there was a time that he has to send a communication out where the president is living, and then they say signed by the vice president, calling for the meeting. But as for me, I'm a person of protocol, and then I refuse to go to that meeting. I think it was made as a fire carpet, because we cannot follow things that are going to create confusions. So those are some of the things that the president, the now president, was involved into. There are a series of terms to sue our judge our cases, but this is it. Our resignation, I think it is unique and tangible because people accepted that there was some cause, people appreciating our efforts, because you cannot be two-faced. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I am going Chapter and I will be going Chapter. If I say this tomorrow when you ask me, I should be able to give you an account. So everything that we stated on that communication is factual. But with the convention issue, the convention over here, that's one of the main reasons, because we agree that it is not constitutional.
So Mr. Secretary, I'm not cutting you off. Are you also going to attend that convention?
No, I'm not, because I'm going to be at a wedding at that time. I have an event to go to.
So if you are not going to a wedding, will you attend it?
I have a lot of things to go to.
No, I'm saying assuming you don't have to go to a wedding or do.
Because one of the main reasons that we are resigning, that the vice president doesn't want to get the fact is that we are seeking for peace. If you will support this convention in Minnesota, it means that you are dividing us.
Okay.
Because every issue should be addressed at the convention in Florida, which is supported by the General Assembly, and we all accepted it in North Dakota. But if convention is held here, I don't think I'll be part of it. Even though I'm part of the community, but I don't think I'll be part of it. Who am I going to be there? Am I a Secretary General? I already resigned.
You're a member of the chapter.
I'm a member of the chapter, but that's not a constitutional chapter. Because if I come from down there, it means that this chapter is no. Because according to what the president said when he read the comment in front of the General Assembly in Minnesota the last time, he said Minnesota is on the national executive, which means we are not guarded by the Constitution. That's a comment.
You will say that again one more time, please.
He said Minnesota is on the national executive.
Okay.
So for this reason,
is that wrong? Is that statement wrong?
The statement technically is wrong because we are under the United States Association and guarded by the Constitution. If he would deviate and say under the executive, I don't know what is he saying.
But the chapter leadership, the four part of the National Executive Committee, I think that in that context you were speaking.
Yes, we do, but not in such a case.
Okay.
Because we are talking about constitutionality of the union.
Of the convention.
Of the convention and also the United States Association.
Okay.
So if you would deviate from that and saying that under the executive, then it means that you are going overboard from what we discussed.
Okay, I think the question will also be tackled by my guest, a special guest, Mr. Dweh. But here's a question: given that you guys are in a majority from the chapter at the level of the chapter, and you all resigned, I mean, I think that there was something that the president was doing that, I mean, he listed some of them. You don't think by virtue of the fact that you are in a majority, you should have stayed on to, because you can block the president because you are in a majority? Do you think it's the right decision to make to leave?
It is the right decision to make a leave if I cannot block the president, because this is it. We have the General Assembly, which according to the constitution hierarchy, we have the General Assembly, which is the large body that have the power of decision making. So if the president can say, I agree to host the convention, if they start cheering him up, what power do I have?
Yeah, but I think in that case, you could have, right now there is no opposition. So whatever the guys they say, that one will go. But when you were there,
that's what I'm saying.
Let's get Mr. Dweh. Let's get Mr. Dweh in here for a second. Just hold on, please.
Listen. The executive decision, the executive of the chapter, the decision of the executive is not final until voted by the chapter. So we went to that meeting.
Ron, can you guys put your phone on mute? So I mean the feedback.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we went to that meeting with that statement, that we all signed as executive, that we will not support the divided convention, and we want to stick to the one in Florida. That's the statement we took to the chapter to encourage them to go to Florida. But then,
you don't share that statement with us.
I didn't share it with you.
No.
No, that's what I said. I said the chapter, the executive had the agreement that the convention that is going to Minnesota is illegal, because that's not the convention that the president signed. The president signed.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was.
Yeah, but Mr. Dweh going to illegal convention. Sorry, I hate to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's one of the things that I want to touch on. Going to Minnesota, I'm doing it because I feel, listen, Madison, that's our community. That's the community we know. That's where we live. You know, those are the people that we know. I'm not going to come to Philadelphia to live there. I'm not in that community. So when something is happening, even though we say it is wrong, but peace is elusive but attainable. So you still want to find a way to bring the people together, and that's where I stand. People will see it like, okay, you're trying to be two-faced thing, but I feel I'm still part of that community. The community is the place that I live. So if what they are doing is wrong, I should still go in their midst and say, look, there is a need for us to come together. So for me, I don't see anything wrong with that. Well, I'm just saying the decision that was made by the executive was subject to override by the chapter, and that's what they did. It's not just the president standing up to say, oh, no, me, I'm part of the executive, and what the executive are doing, that's what I'm doing. The chapter, the people, overwhelmingly override the executive decision. And that's democracy. You can't do anything. Executive decisions are not final.
All right. Mr. Chanton, any final comments, so I can go to the audience. Go ahead.
Repeat that, please.
I say you have final comment or question to ask the guests.
No, I don't. I would just want to make some clarity, because our decision that we made, it was based on what we all discussed, including the president, and he agreed to that, so we have to take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but Mr. Dweh indicted your administration. You just admitted you were part of the Tubas administration, and he said you guys gave $3,000 to the national president against the Constitution. You support that idea?
to the 3,000.
Yes.
I'm signatory to the 3,000. I supported the idea because at that time we were very, very excited for the project to go back home, in which I supported the national president for that project. I even make a contribution of my personal money, like $100 that night.
So you supported the contravention of the Constitution, but you're against the president going against the Constitution with respect to the convention?
Can you repeat your question, please?
The $3,000 that you said you guys supported the idea, you signed for it, and that was it's against the Constitution because the Constitution is right before me here.
No, because it was not. I don't think it's against the Constitution because there was the general body that was present, and what the body agreed upon, it has to be done. That's what we did.
Yeah, but Mr. Secretary, it said all your the Constitution, all funding that is $500 or less, it shall be approved by the president. Anything above 500 cannot be approved by the president. It has to be the signature of the board of directors. And you admitted that you. So
can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so when the Minnesota chapter gave the Philadelphia chapter $6,000 to facilitate the convention that was going to Philadelphia, was that?
Say that again. Ask that question again.
I said when the Minnesota chapter gave the Philadelphia chapter $6,000 to facilitate the
They gave Philadelphia. They give it. Hold on. They gave Philadelphia 6,000.
Yeah.
When?
Before the convention 2018, and when you talk 3,000.
Hold on a second, guys. I mean, let go one at a time. Hold on a second.
Yeah. So let me end.
Yeah, you say 6,000 to Pennsylvania for convention.
Yeah. So when
I'm not in the know of that, but that's the research I have to do. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So when President Francis Clark Meyer gave $3,000 to facilitate the convention in Florida, was that unconstitutional?
No, but yes, the mistake you are making. Yeah. Giving money to individual is different from supporting the union or the General Assembly decision. The decision for Green to go to Liberia is not the decision of the General Assembly. So you cannot make the comparison.
No, they're getting it wrong too, Mark.
Where? Go ahead, go in.
You know where you're getting it wrong?
No, go ahead.
Was the project that the president is going to break the ground for was approved by the board of directors?
Fair point. Fair point. Yes. The General Assembly approved. Well, hold on now, go in. Let me answer the question. The question, what you raised is legitimate. The General Assembly, they approved $30,000 for a project to be undertaken in Liberia. They did not approve any amount for the president to go to Liberia. There was no resolution for North Dakota that says the president should go to Liberia to break ground or to dedicate project. Nothing.
Yeah, but also the president submitted a budget. The president
was rejected.
It was rejected. And the chapter of Minnesota is where the national president is from. And it was in that venue. Say, okay, send the board of directors don't want to approve.
The budget was not rejected. Actually, 3,000 was approved.
Yeah, $3,000 were approved.
Right.
Instead of the proposed.
We wanted $12,000.
Yeah, he said $12,000 first, and he reduced it to $9,000. So instead of the proposed $9,000, they approved $3,000.
Right.
It was in that vein. We said, okay, send the board approved $3,000. We ourselves will facilitate.
And the General Assembly also made a contribution. We don't know the total amount.
Myself, I contributed towards that. So
you guys were in the account and took additional money, so it's just not fair. It's unconstitutional.
So you see what we're saying? That was our agenda. We wanted this organization that have been in existence for over 30 years to have an impact in Liberia.
You going against the Constitution.
We shouldn't be waiting. It was not against the Constitution.
It was. Let's get to the subject on the discussion here. Okay. Let's get to the subject. I think that going, you got any comment to make so I can just wrap up with Mr. Dweh here. We are running out of time. Hello?
Yes, I want to say thank you for this program. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Chief, thank you. All right, so I think somebody was on the line. I'll cut it off. Let's see. Let me call that person back quickly, and we'll wrap it up here. I can't stay for that long anymore. Hello? Mr. Bowo?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, you called earlier. I accidentally cut the phone. What's your take?
Yeah, my take is I think we all supported Mr. Dweh
Okay.
the 45 years concerning the $3,000.
Okay.
To go to Liberia for the groundbreaking.
Okay.
So far, what I know now, when I will do it differently, I think I won't get that support anymore.
Okay. Okay. So you regretted why you did that?
Yeah,
You regretted your action.
yes.
Okay. All right. So, but that doesn't exonerate you from being a corrupt man, though.
Let me explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
The funny thing is, we all want to see things happening in Liberia, especially when it comes to the project team, So we're dealing with goofy.
Okay.
But what my disappointment now is where when the president returned, as a chapter, Minnesota chapter, because we gave him $3,000. There's no report, He never gave any report to the chapter how the money was used.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's no report.
There was a report made.
Mr. Dweh said there was a report made.
No report made. I think the report you're talking about maybe on the national level because there are two different accounts. Two different money was given.
Okay.
The chapter gave $3,000.
Okay.
For the chapter account.
He agrees with you.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Emmanuel, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We gave the money with good faith, but at the end, we don't have no report.
Okay, but good faith is not what we run the organization about. We run the organization about a document, though, we call the Constitution.
Yeah, I know that, but guess what?
What?
What Mr. Dweh did, by going to Liberia, that gave him more power or more strength to go back again to complete the project.
So, but we got a vice president on the ground at the time that could have been done by him. The national vice president was in Liberia. Why we need a president to go there?
So that's when I
think that's a total. I don't want to play politics with it. I think that's a different ballgame. But I want to speak on behalf, or especially what I know about Minnesota Chapter.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for calling in, Mr. Dweh. Any reaction?
Yeah. No, I was just because at first you talk about the impact of the project. The project will contribute to. You were trying to say something about the impact. And some things you do is you're not going to get immediate result. The nursing quarter over there, we might not have nurses living in it right now. It doesn't mean we will not have nurses in the future. So we shouldn't derail the importance of that building.
All right, let's look at the viewers that in and out with their comments here, what they are saying.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Sheba is saying, will you be disappointed going to Florida and see President Myers elected as national president with new board leadership?
Will you be disappointed?
Would you be disappointed?
Let me say something. If I'm asked going forward, what should we do as a union? I will first put peace forward. I will want peace to be the foundation of the organization. If that means Florida, there should be no election in Florida. That so be it. You know, if that means that the convention in Minnesota should not have elections, so be it. You know, it will give up a platform to operate on for unity. You know, I'm not against President Francis Myers. Although Francis is my friend, we got a very good relationship. So I'm not against her. I just don't want anything that would derail the interest of this organization.
Yeah. Hold on a second, Neil. I'm on the show. You have a question?
No, I'm monitoring the show.
Okay. Let me call you back later. Let me call you back. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just don't want. I don't think President Myers will feel fine to lead this organization when it is divided. So we just have to do everything in our weak ways to seek peace.
Okay. Let's see here. Mr. Johnson will say you crossed carpet, brother. Did you?
No. Johnson is misunderstanding my position. Mr. Ulu knows me very well. I'm for peace. You know, he and I sat down right in his living room here and work on some of the peacemakers today. So I'm not crossing carpet. I said it, and I don't know how to say it anymore. I said it. The national president is on the wrong end when you.
So while you're sitting on both sides of the carpet, or you're sitting in the middle?
Right now, I'm seeking for peace. Whatsoever I can do to bring the two conventions leaders together. That's what I want to do, and I cannot stay on the other side and do that. So I have to be in between.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Mr. Wojlo is saying conflict resolution is the way forward. Agree to talk and establish the ground rules for the discussion. Let's see. Sorry, I'm distracted. Take turns in explaining your points and thoughts about the situation. Identify the conflict. Take turns in exploring options to resolve the conflict. Agreed on a solution. Let the elders once more try these steps. Unity. All right, and then reaction to that and a comment.
You see, it is important, and that's what some of us want to do. You see, that's exactly what some of us want to do, and not just listen to one side. Listen to the other side. Why is this happening? Listen to the other side. Why is this happening? And come together. Just exactly what the brother said. But when some of us try to do that, they say you got two faces. I don't have any interest that will divide this organization. I enjoy it. I see it as a Saturday when we are all together. The sessions, what we do together makes it unique. You see, but I don't know why people want me to say this side is wrong, this side is right. And I just said, I said the national president that I support, that I'm still supporting, made a wrong decision not to go to the convention in Florida. It is at the convention that issues are discussed. But if you are not there, how do you explain yourself?
I mean, the disturbing part, you said the convention in Minnesota is unconstitutional, it's illegal, but you are going there.
I'm going there, even though it is illegal, but there is a conflict. Let's understand. We shouldn't pretend that this thing is normal and the people just break away, nothing happens. Something happens,
they are wrong. And
something happens, and whether they are wrong, there is still a way forward. There is still a way forward that we can create this thing the same way we were, and to do that.
It's not about going and supporting the guy. You're campaigning for the man. You say you're seeking peace. That's not how you seek peace.
So when I go to the convention in Minnesota and say, Mr. President, even though this convention is held, but we should still keep peace with our brothers and sisters. There should be a way forward to unity. Is that campaigning for him for his reelection?
No, but you're a campaign chairman. You say you have not resigned. You are still campaign chairman for him.
When we come together, and there is election between Francis Clark Myers and Green Gideon, I will state my position. I will say, look, like I'm saying, the president has done so much to buy my vote. And so I stand with him. If he wants to be re-elected, but you cannot be
So
re-elected.
you got your vote on that, giving the COVID-19 money to the people. You got your vote on that?
He made a decision, and that's not me. You know, that's wrong. Our people, that's the people who work for here. You know,
But you didn't get your vote on that one.
So, no, if that is, I've not spoken to him on it, and I just don't want to conclude that everything you say on here is true.
Okay,
So,
all right. Let's get to the next comment here. Mr. Sheba said, "Why the former vice president continuing to contradict himself? You agreed in your executive meeting not to support the GDO's conversation or convention scheduled for Minnesota, but now you plan to attend the convention. How can you explain yourself, brother? You did extremely well during last Sunday meeting, and I'm proud of you.
yeah.
You were able to stand your ground despite opposing views from the former national president supporters.
Yeah.
Still the cause, and do the right thing."
Yeah.
Any reaction?
Yeah, let me tell him. And he called me and we spoke about it. He told me, "Thank you for standing your ground. Be kind of attitudes are what we need in our community. Stand for what is right." And I said it. Yeah, that was the very first thing I said. The president is the one that I supported since I've been with this organization, but he's wrong on the current issue. He's wrong. If you cannot go to a general assembly where you will have the opportunity to explain yourself, because if you sit with the president to explain some of the things you say, you will have another thought. You see, so at the general convention is where I deem it necessary. The president will have the platform to discuss some of the things that are going on. If he's not going there, then he doesn't have my support. Notwithstanding, the people in Minnesota are my people. That's my community. What is going on is not
ourselves is our community. We don't reject those people. They are part of us.
So going forward, I still want peace. The way I can do that is to stay with are you getting me?
Yeah, I'm getting you. Are you getting me?
No, I'm not.
All right, let me get back. Mr. Dweh, welcome back. I'd like to engage the audience of the questions here.
Okay.
Comments. The chairman of the board of directors has a comment here. Mr. Dweh, given the way you described your intention, reformer, can you try your best to verify information before talking about the information? Let's talk about that first question.
Yeah, I think he's right. And again, I said it. I've never spoken with the board of directors. The president of the board of directors, Mr. Sabwe, and if he feels offended, I apologize. But I made reference to that because you asked, you know, and I know about the $65,000 house project. And my understanding was that he was making the arrangement with the contractor only last day for the president to boycott that. But I didn't verify that with him, so he's right. Next, okay. I'm hoping to call him, or I'm open to that.
All right, let's see the next question. The calling that you are making out, there appears to represent many voices. That is a call to transform the organization as such. Do not just hear information and run with it without verification. We are in the boat together. We have to be careful. The board of directors has fiduciary responsibility to perform in the absence of the General Assembly. I think it goes on to say further. Let me read the whole thing. The fiduciary, the organization. Okay, so let me see them. We have to. Let me read the whole thing. The board of directors timing. Let me go further up. we have to be careful. The board of directors has fiduciary responsibility to perform in the absence of the General Assembly. We have to perform our responsibility and report to the General Assembly. The board of directors' timing to send the letter to Mr. Gio was right, and the board of directors will, on no condition, regret the action. We have to make corrections. Family or friend interests have to be subordinated to the organizational interest. Is Mr. Dweh aware that the draft man who designed the Nexus Quarter was recommended by me and ensured that Mr. Norman received the money that he needed to construct the building? We will talk more at the convention with documentation. Any reaction?
Yeah. Look, I think the board of directors, the president of the board of directors,
the chairman, actually, let me make that correction.
The chairman of the board of directors, Mr. Sabwe. Hold on, brother. I'm not getting.
All right, you gotta call back there.
Suba. Oh yeah. When I tell my number, Titasle, I get more. Rebecca Tuchra, Brazil, Mata Kennedy, Mama, Early Bagel, Priscilla Company, I don't know. The mind of my other.
All right, get back. Yeah, I wish you would put your phone on do not disturb. You know, the people calling will disturb the conversation. All right.
Yeah,
are you hearing me?
That's why I'm hearing you.
All right. So you done with your reaction to the chairman's statement?
Yeah, the chairman, like I said, we are all on the same boat. He said it. The reason why I continue to say the timing of the letter was wrong is, Mr. Sabwe, we all know, and I know, there are numerous issues between this board and the executive. I don't have to explain all right now.
Okay.
But you know, and I know the infighting, the ranking that is involved into the two groups has impeded the progress of the organization. We can't condone that anymore. We can't condone that with these things, and it is necessary. They say confusion is the beginning of knowledge. You know, and I'm hoping that this confusion will.
Why is that so? Why is confusion the beginning of knowledge?
Sometimes if you don't know something and you are confronted, from there on, if you are a good person, you will know that it's wrong. You know, so that's why some confusions are necessary.
Okay, but your man is on your back. Your man Jackson, you say Liberia Two-Face. Are you Two-Face?
Well, Jackson is sitting right by me here, and I will continue to tell him, not like him right now. Right now, my intention is to seek peace. Some people want us to just lay on one side and confront issues. Like I continue to say, I will continue to be in the middle to make sure to be like a bridge for peace. You understand me? So I'll continue to be a bridge for peace. Maybe after or then people will recognize what I'm doing is right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Martin, the chair lady, I think she was part of the convention that you spoke of. She said that is not true. With the VP Minnesota Chapter did not give the DVC any money for convention. And these are the women that run after things here. So she said that's not true. Okay,
if that is not true, no, that's what I heard and that's what I know.
The way you still heard, you got to get your evidence. You can't use anecdotal information. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, if it is not the Philadelphia chapter, there will be the convention before the Philadelphia chapter. One of those chapters, one of those conventions, the chapter of Minnesota gave $6,000 to that chapter. Like in the same vein, President Francis Clark Mario gave $3,000 in support of the convention to Florida. I think that at the time I was not in power, but that's what I heard. So if it is not the Philadelphia convention, it might be the one before the Philadelphia.
The people are sending communication and say what you're saying is complete fabrication.
Oh, what's the next communication? You say people sending communication.
Yeah, in my inbox, they are saying if the chapter president wrote here and say what you just said is complete fabrication. It's a lie.
Yeah, the Francis class Maya, you mean?
Yes.
And that's what I said. I said if it is not the convention to Philadelphia, it should be the next one. But before I got in power, those things happened. That's the information that I got. The Minnesota chapter allocated $6,000 to one of these conventions, and that's why when you say giving money to a cause is illegal, that's why I made reference to that.
Yeah,
Like,
Mr. Dweh, I want you to in the moving forward to get your facts straight. You know, so that the people will not be saying these things.
that's true. Listen, that's true. The Minnesota chapter gave $6,000. But if it is not to the chapter in Philadelphia, that's fine. Then I didn't give the wrong information. I mean, the right information. But that's true. They gave $6,000 to one of the conventions.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what the next comment here. Nathaniel Gatton, Mr. Melvin. I think what you are doing is acting as a peacemaker. In reality, you are playing one side because you haven't reached out to the board of directors or even the elders who are doing the negotiation for peace.
Well, no, I spoke with members of the elder councils, and I was updated constantly with regards to what they were doing. And with regard to the board of directors, I didn't speak directly with the chairman of the board of directors, but also I spoke with some members. We all brainstorm on a daily basis. So I'm not one-sided. If I were one-sided, man, I would not confront the national president in the meeting of the Minnesota chapter's meeting. He was there. He saw what I did. I spoke the truth. So how is it that I'm one-sided?
Yeah, so imagine saying the people in Minnesota, they fail you a lot of lies, VP.
Well, if the people know, it's not like the chapter gave $6,000 to one of those conventions.
VP, you are on attention here, man. You are on zero tension.
No, I'm not on attention. Again, if the $6,000 were not given to the Philadelphia convention, then that's my fault. But again, the Minnesota chapter gave $6,000 to one of those conventions. Just so
okay. All right. So, Mr. Sabwe, the board of directors was not fighting Mr. Jalil, and the executive committee simply, the board of directors was providing oversight. Please understand the board of directors' position, Mr. Dweh.
Yeah, but listen, those of us that understand, those of us that are being with these two groups, will continue to say we know what's happening. You know, we especially I know very well what is happening. And that's what I'm saying. Even though you are doing your work, but if it is detrimental to the peace of the union.
So the board action is detrimental to the peace of the union?
The letter, the timing of the letter,
okay,
created this scenario that we are experiencing right now.
Okay.
Let's say the board of directors wrote that letter before the president went to Liberia. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But when we are en route to the convention and the national president who's supposed to preside over the convention is reminded or whatsoever it is, it creates the infighting. And that's
Mr. VP, are you by any means anti-corruption?
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it.
What do you mean?
If the president is engaged into corruption, and you say why the board is taking action, and you say the board is wrong for writing the letter, then you are not anti-corruption.
No, I am, and that's what I told you, that the president shouldn't be taking money from the cover without the chairman's signature.
Yeah, but you said the board stopping the president from going to account. It's not right.
The timing of the letter. I said
the timing. What is the timing? Okay.
The timing of the letter. I'm not saying that what they did was wrong. I didn't say that. I said the timing of the letter.
Okay, the timing. Fair enough. All right. So Mr. Jada said we have not seen any receipt from the contractor, and this guy talking about supporting this guy. Go to your job and go buy something without receipt for your job. You will see what happens.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm a little discombobulated too.
Yeah, I don't know what is that.
Alosha is saying if I was in Melvin's position, I would do the same. He is doing the right thing to be in the middle. You sympathize with that sentiment?
No, but I left for my brother Jackson, who was sitting right side me and right there. I'm Two-Face and
Your man is rest out, and this guy, you guys are also green supporters, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, we sit down here every day and we'll find ways and means to peace. And if I can come up, I was challenged. Oh no, you green supporter, you're not going to say anything. I went to Minnesota and said what was right, and he still
you green supporter, right?
And he still wants me to seek confusion. Now, that's not me. Nothing will encourage me to seek.
You said the man encourage you to seek confusion. What do you mean?
If you want me to be one-sided now, then I'm taking a side. If I sit down here and say, oh, the Minnesota convention is where I will go, the president is right, and that's my people, I will stay there. But instead, I didn't do that. I went to the
what I'm hearing from you, like what I'm hearing from you during the war in Liberia when they had ECMO, right, to make peace. So you will be like, if you're in that situation, you go to UNMK and have party with them. You go to the other group, you have party with them. That same thing you're doing, right?
Party, not in reality, but seek solutions. That's what ECMOs were for. They will talk to the other group, find a way to peace. And
no, but in the case, yours is different though. You already took a side. You are supporter of green.
Now the goes. Look, I'm supporter of the president. I want him to be re-elected. But where we are, the president is wrong on the issues, and that's what I'm saying.
So, but in the convention in Minnesota, would Mr. Gio remain the president? If so, where is he getting the authority from?
Well, I'm not up to date on the convention in Minnesota. I resigned from the chapter as executive. I'm no more the vice president for that chapter. So
just a few days ago. You've been there just a few days ago, maybe 1 or 2 days.
No, look, understand I'm not in Minnesota right now. I'm in North Dakota, and most of the time I speak to people in the chapter. They give me information. And
so, but I understand anecdotally that the guys were trying to fire you, but you don't think your resignation was the tension the guys were mounting to fire you from the chapter?
Well, before we had a meeting, nobody told me they wanted to fire me. But this is it though. I left Minnesota, moved to FIGO with the intention to send in my resignation because I can't be in FIGO and continue to be the vice president for that chapter. But then within the same time, the pandemic came and everything was on hold. You know, then I said, okay, since we are in this conflict, I don't want to resign right now. Let me do my best to help the process. And, you know, I did my best. And now I have to step aside because I feel the president of the Minnesota chapter is not working in the direction that I want to.
So your man, Nathaniel, is saying talking to your father is not reaching out.
And my father is not the only person on the Elders Council. I only had this conversation with my father when we were talking about the resending the letter. And I stressed the importance of documents. That's the only conversation I had with him.
Okay. But your man said, Jala is saying you're killing yourself. If I were you, I would ask Dr. Yopo to end the interview.
Well, look, I will continue to say Gion and myself, we don't see things the same way. Gion got his own way of doing things. I got my way of doing things. If what I'm doing is not going well for Gion, that's me. You know, that's what I do. I will always stand for peace. I'm not the one to go after people. I'm not the one to verify people. You know,
okay.
So I am who I am.
All right, let's look at the I think the manager for the Voice of SINOE in SINOE County, Patrick Bolu, he said if two conventions are simultaneously held in Florida and Minnesota, and two leaderships are emerged, how do we know which leadership legitimately holds the gavel if authority USA, I think it meant to say of a gavel of the authority of the USA. Let's tackle that first point.
Yeah, I mean, no, this is why I'm with the convention in Florida. By constitution, the convention in Florida is legitimate.
Okay.
That means the leadership is right.
Okay. So the Florida convention leadership will be legitimate.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
where that's the one signed by the national president. It is only because of confusion that they are having another convention in Minnesota.
Okay.
But if we didn't have this letter that created this chaos, we were all going to be in Florida. So the Florida convention is legitimate.
Okay, let's look at it. The second, it says, secondly, as you guess for peace in the union, would also recognize any resolution for Florida. What is way forward, or what is the way forward as leadership crises continue to eat up the unity of the SAPO, especially at leadership levels? A Pull back home is in leadership crisis in USA too. Imagine that. Any reaction to that?
Yeah, look.
What is the way forward, you said?
The way forward, I think will be our next talking point. And I will say to my friend, look, what we did in FICO is to speak face to face. When the issue of the Bose election came about, there was a lot of noise, there was a lot of misunderstanding, but we were on the same table together. And that's why I am in support of Julu's
approach.
Approach.
Okay.
Julu's approach. And that's why I intend to push it on. Look, Julu got a very good way for us to tackle this issue. Let us find a way for this.
But that's a radical difference between your approach and Julu's approach, though. You took side already. Julu doesn't have a side.
No, I took side because, look, I am the vice president for the Minnesota chapter, and the position we find ourselves in is very difficult. It's very difficult. We are the leadership for that chapter. And if you have a chapter that you got the national president, the national coordinator, and the chairman for the planning committee, you have the chair lady, it is tough. That's the biggest chapter for this union. You understand me? And everything that is happening is within our chapter.
Which is the biggest chapter? Which one?
The Minnesota chapter, with no doubt, is the biggest chapter.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay, that's another debate. Let us not dwell on that. So
I want to put the facts out there to the people. We have tri-state region. We got 3 states.
Again, let us not go that route. I just want to focus on what I want to say. So we find ourselves in a very difficult situation. We are the leader. We are not just leader, but leaders for that chapter. You know, so we have to take a stand, and that's where my resignation is. I resign because I feel the convention in Florida is legitimate, and for the president to suggest that the Minnesota chapter support the convention in Minnesota was wrong, and that's what I resigned. So going forward, look, we got to make sure that these two people, Mr. Sabwe, Mr. Cole, Mr. Jirio, they do meet and have a conversation. That's the only way we can tackle this thing down. And that's what I intend to.
But Mr. Sabwe doesn't have an issue here. I mean,
if Mr. Sabwe doesn't have an issue, if Mr. Jirio have an issue, let Mr. Sabwe be made available to talk with Mr. Jirio. This is a charity organization, and the only way we can
Mr. Sabwe has been reaching out to Jirio. They sent recommendation how to work together as a team. He rejected everything, and that's how the elders came, and that's how the concerned member came in. And you said the man should still reach out to Jirio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should make an effort for the two of them to face one another. You know, when people negotiating between you, it's kind of difficult. But when you sit down face to face and address personal issue and talk about issue is far better. And I saw that in FICO.
Okay. So let's transition. I think time is running out. We are running out of time. Effort made by you, Mr. Dweh, to bring in peace to the union. Tell us, what have you done?
Yeah, look, like I said, before this conflict, I moved to FICO, and I decided to send my letter of resignation to the Minnesota chapter. But then this issue came up, and I didn't want to do that in the noise. So immediately what we did, we had the opportunity to release our position as a chapter, to release a position statement. But I delayed that, Mr. Dyke, just so you know, I delayed that because like I said, I'm not somebody who loves talking, just talking. I love talking, but you got to find solution to issues. And that's what I did. I talked to people in our community with regards to a way forward. And that's why Mr. Justin Wulu is right here. And we sat down right in his living room and said, look, we can come up with this group, concerned citizen. How do we do that? Immediately we got Honorable Claudio Mane on the line. And three of us in this living room sat down and identified names, the legs of Ilepoa, and other people within that group. We made a list, and Claudio took over from us. I was in the very first meeting and suggested for us to reinforce the elder council's approach, you know, and Ile took over from there. She did extremely well. We also prevailed on the queen to pull these women together, disciple women, the queen of all the chapters. She did that, pull the cheerleader, they had meetings, they attempted to resolve the issues. You know, we also did it personally, spoke to the national coordinator, spoke to the only person, and I still apologize for that, is Mr. Sabwe. I spoke to some board members. I didn't reach Mr. Sabwe, you know, but I'm hoping to see Mr. Sabwe in Florida, and we'll be able to sit down and talk. It is important we do that. And I continue to stress that there is no way we can do this divided. And I hope he understands that. If we don't want to do it divided, we have to build bridges for peace. And I'm hoping to be one of the bridges. I got a good relationship with the national president. We talk, and I'm hoping that some of these things that I know we'll be able to discuss them with Mr. Sabwe to build that bridge. So we have done everything within our approach to resolve this issue. We were a founding member of the Concerned Citizen, the women group. We encourage them, and one-on-one we discuss the issue with people that we know will help. And that's why I'm standing still in the middle. That's another approach.
Mr. Dweh, I don't want you to use the word middle when you are aliens. You just told us that you are with the president. So you can call yourself a middleman when you have taken side already.
No, I'm not with the president on the current issue.
No, I'm not talking about the issue. You have a side already. You are not a neutral man.
If you are not talking about the current issue, then I have the right to have a political affiliation. Just
no, but it's not a political entity. So when you guys politicize the organization, because
it is politicized now.
Why you did that? Why you politicized it?
Good point. That's why in my closing statement I will talk to you, Mr. Dyke. Don't laugh about it. Don't laugh about it. You guys created this charity organization should have minimum political activities. But you guys make it so political now. So it is.
But you introduced the word politics here. I haven't spoken of politics.
You don't have to introduce your activities. So
my advocacy amounts to politics.
Yeah, advocacy itself is politics. So okay. So I'm saying it is good. It is good to have politics. But what we should know is first the interest of the organization. What we want to do, we want to help our brothers and sisters back. How do we do that? Peace. Peace is the way forward. Peace is the way forward. So that's what I'm about.
Okay. Mr. Dweh, I think I want to say thanks for your involvement in helping to bring our union together. The things you listed, those are good steps. Even though I thought you got some missteps in the middle, you know, Yeah, but that's a good approach, reaching out, being part of the concerned members. That's a good thing. It's just that your position is contradictory. You are this, and the next time you are this. So the flip-flopping is an issue. Well, good move.
You will say that, but like I said, look, the community that I live in, you live in our community before, even though you are in Philadelphia now, but the people are our people. No matter what happens, it is confusion that is making this whole thing difficult. But just look at a convention without a chairleader, a convention without the national president. That's what make the organization unique. We cannot afford to continue this way, and that's why I want to use my connection with the community to build a bridge of peace and stability.
Yeah, so the chairman said, let the world go forth. I have no personal issue with Mr. Judeo. Issues regarding USA should discuss in the USAA setting. Mr. Dweh should modify his language. If Mr. Judeo refused to respect his father, Mr. Bodwell from Mr. Judeo's community, the SINOE community will be who he respect me. I mean, I think that's why he's saying over there.
Yeah,
so you get a frustration, man. The chairman is actually,
I understand that, and let me tell you, we are in a very difficult time. There is confusion. We all know that. I know Mr. Judeo personally, and that's why when the former president, Mr. Obako Yema, came up the other day, he said, look, Green is a very respectful guy. I don't know what is happening. We all don't know. And
but do you think he's very respectful? Would you say that?
No, that's why that's why I think we should be able to discuss these things. Even at the convention in Florida, there should be room to discuss all these things that are happening. It shouldn't be like.
Do you think President Judeo is a very respectful guy?
Oh, I know the man personally. If things are happening,
you're not answering my question. Do you think he's a very respectful man?
Oh, Mr. Judeo have never disrespected me before. He had never personally.
No, it doesn't have to be you.
Yeah, so
all the variables, all the stakeholders.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, Dyke. If there is an issue today, it might be even to improve the organization. You never know. So that's why we have to dig down into what is happening. We got to dive down into what is happening.
But don't forget the other side. It might not.
Yeah. So have you spoken to Mr. Judeo?
I did reach out to him multiple times. He doesn't respond. As a matter of fact, he blocked me on Facebook.
So you didn't speak to him?
I've been reaching out. He can't communicate back.
You didn't have a conversation with him.
With respect to what? How can I communicate with him if he's not picking up my call? He's not replying to my messages.
So then yes, then you have not had a conversation with him. That's what I want to know. So this is
but you cannot say it's my fault though. The president's fault.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there was no conversation.
Right. The man blocked me. He blocked me. I sent him messages. He doesn't reply. I try to bring you the way I brought you here. We don't agree, but you volunteer to come. I have tried to reach the president, and he doesn't. He's not willing to come and meet. That's how you put that.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
But I also want Mr. Sabre to understand that they are the leader. He's the chairman for the board. Mr. Judeo is president for the executive. They are the one who's supposed to discuss issues. That's their constitutional right. And they're supposed to move the organization forward. What they are doing right now got us in this situation, whether he's right or he's wrong. I want him to understand that we expect them to work in the interest of the organization. And that right now it is not the case. So we that want to pursue peace will always want to look at both sides. Why is it we are at this stage? So that's my job. I'm not trying to support one group. I'm not supporting the president for not honoring the Elders Council. I'm saying he's wrong. He was supposed to accept that to go to the convention. Now that he's not going there, I'm not supporting that. But equally so, there are issues they have. We're not going to the convention, so we should be able to look at all these things.
All right, so Milton has a serious question over there. And before I pose that question to you, this is what your Constitution says, Mr. Dweh. Article 12 of the Constitution, Section 4. 8. By 8, it means a General Assembly, right?
Yeah.
They said the General Assembly shall have the power to impeach, replace, suspend, and or expel any elected officer or member whose action and or character runs contrary to the progress of the association, such as, but not limited to, disorderly conduct, spreading of malicious lies with the intent to cause disunity in the organization, etc. Subversion of constitutional authority, embezzlement, and misappropriation of the association's funds and or properties. Now, with that being said, the board member of Minnesota, Mr. Milton, is asking if there is an idea or let's say a proposal to expel the former president. Will you support that?
Look, let me tell you something, right?
Yeah.
Then that's what I am paced with the national president. I thought the national president should put himself in a position to talk to the General Assembly, where people will listen to his story, to what is happening. And because he has refused to do so, I'm not going with him. But listen, if there are impeachable facts to any of the elected, if there are impeachable facts, and you and I won't know until we understand, we listen to whosoever that is involved, that opportunity we will not have. Why are we not having the opportunity? Then we make reference to the letter. You see? So I'm saying if there are facts for impeaching, and that was when Mr. Shebe were asked to impeach Mr. Shebe in the Minnesota chapter, same thing that I said. If there are facts, the chapter wants to impeach him because he's not representing the interests of the chapter. And I said, what is the interest? What is the Constitution saying? The Constitution gave whosoever elected an official to withdraw the official, like you just read, to expel or impeach. But what are the characteristics of impeachment? What should the person do to be impeached? If there are facts available, proving, I agree the national president can be expelled.
Okay, all right. So once the facts are available, you will support that?
Yeah, once he's found guilty, in other words.
Okay, when the facts are adduced and then he is declared guilty, I mean, yeah. So how do you do first thing you have to get the facts and then you support it, right?
So how do you do that? You cannot impeach the national president when he's sitting down somewhere in Minnesota. The national president has to be present with the General Assembly.
No, not necessarily. Right now in Florida, we'll go there. If the resolution comes out, they can impeach him or they can expel him.
Yeah, no, to be able to understand what transpired, the national president should be given a chance to explain.
But they gave me the opportunity, he's not doing that, so they're not going to wait for him.
And that's what I'm saying. If the opportunity was given to him, then the board of directors should have rescinded the letter so that he would go to the convention to be able to explain himself. That did not happen.
He's not they don't say you shouldn't come to the convention, so I don't know why he doesn't want to come.
So that's another thing. So look, I seek for peace. I'm not going to encourage anything that will bring confusion. You know, I seek for peace. The national president doesn't want to stay in power forever.
It looks like it though. No contender in Minnesota. You guys did not put election on the flyer, so we can see.
Yeah, so that's why we are in the middle to make sure that we work out these things.
So, but the chairman is saying, Mr. Dweh, do you believe that the non-profit rules grant the board of directors the authority to dismiss Mr. Gidio?
The non-profit organization, the rules, are the rules embedded into our constitution.
That's a clear. That's what I was about to say. That's a good comeback. That's a good rejoin because your constitution didn't say that.
Yeah, if the rules are embedded into our constitution, then that's something we can accept.
Right.
So let the chairman know that we're not governed by the rules. We are governed by our constitution.
Yeah, so I agree with that part of it. The Constitution does not give the board the authority to dismiss the president.
Right.
Yeah, even though he's a former now, anyway. So I mean, the only thing they can do in Florida, we can expel the man. That's the only option we have right now. You know, yeah. Hopefully, you support that option.
Nah, like I said, look, I'm not. You see, I go to Florida today because I feel Florida is
interesting. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to Florida today. I feel that Florida is the convention signed by the president, approved by Mr. Sabri. I would have chosen to stay in Minnesota, but I'm going to Florida. And after Florida, I'm going to have the opportunity to sit with my people in Minnesota, with my friends, and find a way forward. That's me. That's me. I just don't want this thing divided. You know, and I take first the interest of our people back home, not those of us that are here, you know, enjoying ourselves. It is not about us.
Okay, all right. I don't know, Mr. Dweh, you've been on for a while, and so the last thing I want to discuss before I let you go is right here. What prompted the Florida 2021 convention single that you produced? Now, before you speak to that, let me do something here quickly. Before you speak to that, let me see here.
Go ahead, do your thing, bro. I'm here.
Yeah, this is it. Let me do something here quickly, please.
When we all get to Florida, what a day of rejoicing it will be. When we all see Queen Dinah, who will sing, who will dance, who will dance.
Okay. Yeah.
When we all get to Florida, what a day of rejoicing it will be. When we all see Queen Dinah, who will sing, who will dance, who will dance.
Mr. Dweh, that's a beautiful area right there in honor of the national chair lady, the queen. Sorry, my fault. The chair lady. Sorry. I mean, what prompted the beautiful area?
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Look, I was sitting one day and I started contemplating about the solution. How do we get ourselves together? And I feel, look, the sessions, the people, the difference of where we come from, the Sinkon, the Kabade, the Weja, the Mopo, the Kutu people, when we come together, it makes it unique. You know, I love that Salabo style, you know. And so how do we come together? Then Mr. Sheba posted that the national president was going to be speaking. That's why I sang that song. I said, I'm hoping that the national president come on stage and just say, we all are going to Florida. So that we all go to Florida and put our differences aside, dance. That's why I made that music. But unfortunately, the national president spoke and he said there were going to be a separate convention. I felt so downhearted. I wanted us to all go to Florida. And I know somewhere in the heart of the national president, he doesn't want to be a president for a divided organization. I know somewhere in Francis Mario's heart, she doesn't want to be the president for a divided union. So what do? Is seek peace. Unity is important. There is strength in numbers. And that's what prompted that song. You know, I wanted the national president to go. I wanted everybody to go so that we sit there and talk. The same thing we did in North Dakota. That's the way forward. So that's what.
So, boy, do you think the former national president took that song kindly?
The former national president was who's the former national president?
Mr. Giglio.
Oh, Mr. Giglio.
Yeah.
I don't know what Mr. Giglio. No, one thing that I know, Mr. Gideon does not want this organization to be divided.
Are you speaking for him or are you speaking for yourself?
No, yeah, I'm speaking for myself, knowing who he is, what I've discussed with him.
Because the evidence we are looking at it doesn't show that, and you are telling us
that's conflict.
Yeah, but who precipitated the conflict? The president. On your watch, the people gave you a united organization, and you divided it on your watch, and you say the president doesn't want conflict, or he doesn't want disunity.
So that's why it is important that we get these two people to sit down so that we go forward. I'm not dwelling on who's wrong, who's right.
I want you to do a preview on the president and say you guys are good friends. Yeah. So tell the man your legacy is at stake. Mr. Obaku gave you a united organization and you are divided. You have to come on board. Do what you can do to bring the people back together. That's what you got to tell him. Don't say one the other side. The other side doesn't have issue.
Okay, you know why?
No.
With the exception of the convention where the president doesn't feel secure to go to because of the letter. With the exception of that, I assure you, the national president is interested into peace. He is interested into Juru's proposal for peace. I assure you that. And so
is it because of the letter that he sent the money to Florida? He doesn't want to go there.
Yeah. Again, you see, when you and myself can talk the whole day about what it is, but that's not what's going to bring peace. What I'm just telling you is, despite of the divided convention, the national president wants unity, and he's in favor of what Mr. Drew proposed. Sitting down with the chairman of the board of directors. He wants that. He wants these things to be resolved. He's just not going to go to the convention right now because of the current issue.
Okay.
So that's why that's why encouraged me to say, okay, I want to be in between.
So, Mr. Dweh, I think when you come public and accentuate the president position, you embolden certain people.
Yeah,
you know. Yes. So I don't want you to accentuate the position of the president, accentuate the way to peace. And you are saying, "Oh, I will go to Minnesota convention, and I'll go to Florida." So you are not bridging the gap. You are exacerbating the gap. That's what you are doing.
What do you mean when you say I'm exacerbating the gap?
If you say that the convention in Minnesota is unconstitutional, but yet you pay your money to go inside to celebrate, you are exacerbating the convention, the conflict.
But yet, there are sample people. There are people in this union that have contributed tremendously to the affairs of the union. So because of the current confusion, we should not just turn our backs. We should create ways and means to making sure that we are reunited again. And that's what I stand for.
All right. Okay, that's fair. So you want unity, let's play this song here again one more. I love it.
Hold on, song again.
To Florida, what a day of rejoicing it would be when we all sing, we dine on. We will sing, we will dance, we will dance.
You love that song, huh?
It's good.
When we all get to
Florida,
what a day of rejoicing it will be when we all sing, we dine on. We will sing, we will dance, we will dance.
Wow! So you actually took that people Jesus song and put it in the framework of Queen Diana.
You see, when you have talents, that's what you do. That's what you do. You're talented. So anything you think about, you make it happen.
Right. So, but Mr. Dweh, use your talent to bring the union together and not supporting Green Code Gideon. This is not about Gideon. But now I want you to, the people are hearing the recording of the show. I want you to just practically demonstrate the song for us here. Yeah.
No. I recorded that for the people and I sent it out, even though the time I was supposed to send it for, the reason I was supposed to send it did not happen, but I still have the courage to send it and play it, let the people listen to it. As many times.
Sometimes when you bring the artist, right now you are artists, so sometimes the people can play the music and the artist can still perform.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Right.
I will try to work with DJ Victor, so that we will make that song.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah. So that will be fair for the people.
All right, Mr. Dweh, wonderful conversation. I always enjoy you. I like your equanimity. You know, your poise. You know, you are not the people to be shaking and you're relaxed. Even though people we don't agree with you, but you're relaxed. I like that. That's great.
Yeah, listen though, there is nothing more important to me than to see competitiveness. When you have the queen, you have the cheerleader. That's what made this a unique one. That's why when people look at us from the outside and say, damn, the United States Association, because of the people within us. But we will devalue ourselves when we are divided. And I don't want people to be afraid of competition. I don't want people to be afraid of setting PQ. Let us all understand that we are working together for one goal, and that's why I would continue to tell you that I will be in Minnesota, I will be in Florida. If people see it as being two-faced, so that's their thinking. But I know what I know what I'm doing that, and then hopefully in the future they will get to realize that.
All right, so Mr. Dweh, your quick question here. I'm quite sure we'll get to Florida. President Myers, maybe at the last minute, Mr. Gio might come over. We don't know, but when he comes, President Francis Myers will ultimately be elected the national president of the union. If she were to give you a position, will you take it?
You know what? I've not thought about that. Honestly, to be frank with you, it has never come across my mind. What I contemplate right now is going to that convention without my friends in Minnesota, without the national president, without the chairlady, without all these people that are not going. It's sad. It makes me feel sad. But I'm a confident person. I know peace is hard to come, especially when there are issues of concern. So I hope that I will see the United States Association in one. I will see everybody together again. It will be sweet. It will be good. Then when the election thing comes around, then we will look at it. We'll do a real competition and campaign and see who's the best, and the people will make their choice. For now,
for the local team, Francis Myers is the best.
Okay, for now, I'm not. Again, Francis and I have been having conversation. I told Francis, convince me. If you convince me, I will vote for you. And we are in that process. Even though I'm not still convinced, but we are in that process.
So what does it take to convince you?
Look, I want a president who will be swift in project implementation. I want a president who will be very vigilant when it comes to the peace of the union, because it is only with peace that we'll do these things. I want a president who will have the interest of the people, our people that are suffering back home. The president who will recognize the importance that together we can help our people. I want that president. And that's what I saw in Green Code. If Green is not running, if Green decides not to run, I will look for the candidate who will stand.
But what you just said is a complete antithesis of President Gilio. I mean, you just described President Francis Myers.
Okay, so you see, that's political. And
no, it's not political. I can give you what I'm talking about. She did not divide our union. She did not divide our union.
Yes.
She took her own money in the middle of the COVID. She sent money to help our people. I mean, she raised the money that Green Code used now, that some of them they put in your pocket. She raised $5,000. So I mean, that's somebody you have to support.
So guess what?
Yeah.
President Myers and I met in FACO sometimes recently, and I had the opportunity to listen to her. And she was campaigning and saying, some stuff. And I got her and I told her, Madam President, is it really this? It's what we're going to do at this time when our union is falling apart? can we hear from you words of encouragement that there will be peace, will work across, will work, while our brother will make sure this thing is not going to be divided? Because you know why I said it? Because I know this lady don't want to be the president of a divided union. And so peace is the one we should seek first. After all, then we can come to politics. Then we can come to see whether President Maya is good or President GDO should be re-elected. Then we'll come to that. But with our union now getting divided, I don't think, campaign messages were necessary. So look, I don't have anything against Marius. What she's doing, that's what I wanted President Cole to have done. You come from Liberia, your project is successful. Let's come and start going from state to state to campaign to get you re-elected. So I don't have problem with her. I'm saying I have to be convinced that she's the rightful person. As it is, I'm not convinced.
But what is lacking? That's what I want to hear. I didn't hear what is lacking, because what you just described to me, or the things you listed, that's the embodiment of Francis Clark Myers.
Yeah, so you see, she will have to explain that should be debated. That's where we'll have the General Assembly, everybody sitting there, and President GDO is on stage, President Francis Clark Meyer is on stage. They are debating issues. We'll have the opportunity to stand, ask questions, and then the people will decide.
I'm glad you're coming to Florida. You will have the opportunity, because if President GDO stays Minnesota, we are not going to wait for him for the union to go forward. So you have the opportunity to ask the Cleopatra any question that you have for her. We'll be there she'll be at liberty to answer your questions.
So I will call my girlfriend. Francis is a very good friend of me. I see nobody in this organization as enemy. She knows I got respect for her. No matter our political differences, she will still see me and hug me. We'll still laugh. That's why it's supposed to be in this union. It should be less politics, the people's interest first. So yeah, I will see her no matter what it is. I'm not the only sample person. My decision is not final, but I just want to...
Mr. Dweh, you see that you see what you just said, and that's why we need Francis Clark Myers. You see, when you make flower with her, like Labrador man will say, you I agree when she sees you, she hugs you. That is not the case with President GDO. GDO does not even want to see the ground I walk on.
Let me tell you something.
Green does not want to see the ground. That's how you put a wax on the man. He black on your face. But imagine that.
Listen.
Green is not the right person.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something about GDO. GDO is a quiet person. GDO doesn't like talking. GDO is not a confucianist. And if that's the same characteristic Francis has, then so then she has.
Green is the antithesis of Francis Clark Myers. They are not the same level.
Let me say now, that's part of our politics. Green, see how many times you have verified this guy. How many times?
No, you know what that vilification do? I am speaking the facts. That is not vilification.
This is a guy who is from Hubadi.
What does that have to do with taking the book money?
Listen now, he went to Morovia and trying to hang out with his little sisters, and you bless it. He made it go viral. He's between the women teddy and blah blah blah. You said no, so I know. Don't laugh.
Hold on a second.
I'm just
hold on a second here. I want to give you. I want to do something here. You said the president.
Okay, I did it. I do idea about boy. Monsieur Wupon on the day. Before we want match with.
Duke, is that how a respectful man talks to people?
So you see, you only pick out to idea about what I only thing you talk from them.
Well, how is it relevant in that speech? How is it relevant in that statement the woman made?
Take care of
yourself. Do it. How is that statement relevant to what the woman said?
Listen now. So you see what the president was saying? But you take it, you see it in a negative way now, you know.
It was the woman did not speak in a negative context. So how is that statement applicable to that?
But the president did not speak in a negative.
Well, you heard the reaction for the hold on. You heard the reaction from one of the ladies.
Yeah,
you heard one of the reaction from the lady. I said, "Wujubo, we are not witchcraft." That's what the woman said.
But the president said we are. He didn't say
you can't defend that thing. So that's not how respectful people talk to people.
No, I'm saying he didn't call them witches. He said you shouldn't do it. Don't do it.
Why he said that?
I'm not the president.
Okay, you are defending it. You are defending it. So you are defending it right now.
I'm trying to tell you that what you're looking at, you only point at the negative in it.
Okay.
You know, I mean, when the man was speaking to his people, I think that was in Pine South.
Okay. One more thing before I let you to your closing statement.
And see me advocating for my national president, for my cabinet president. I hail from Sano County. I'm a cabinet woman.
Is President G a cabinet president?
No.
So you agree with Lisa Farley?
Well, that was Lisa speaking, but that's not the president speaking.
Yeah, she said Mujahideen for the man. She said Makaba the president.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was Lisa. It's not the president who said I'm cabinet president.
No, but do you agree with her or not?
No, I don't agree with her. The president is not a cabinet president.
Okay, all right. I just want to get a view. That's fine.
Yeah, that's Lisa's own opinion. That the president never take himself to be cabinet president.
But the president have not denounced that statement. He said, "Oh, I don't agree with what Lisa said."
These things don't matter to the president, man. The president looks.
But people are putting sectional box, and you say it doesn't matter to him. The woman is putting a guy in a sectional box. He's not a sectional president. And you say it doesn't matter to him.
I don't even know whether the president is aware of that video. You know,
yeah,
but what I'm saying, we look at bigger things. We look at what holds the United Support Association.
But
together.
dude, these are things that divide us. When people start preaching sectional politics, they say, "Oh, they want from Kaba, they want from Wedja." That division the woman is preaching.
Yeah, that's wrong. That is wrong. What I'm saying, that's not
the president has not denounced that statement. He has to deploy that.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm hoping you have the opportunity to talk to him. But
and please tell the president to apologize for calling our people witches as well.
Okay, it's not a session, just so you know.
He's not?
No.
Are you a spokesperson for him?
I know him.
Are you an official spokesperson for him?
I know him. I'm not an official spokesperson for him, but I'm saying the president is not somebody who, the way Lisa said it, Makaba the president, that's not the president.
But it seems like it right now, though. Man, it's in a sectional box right now.
That's how you feel, man. Look, Dak, this is not Dak. Let me tell you something before we go to my closing statement. I was born in Vubadi, but grew up in Berokri. So, you know, those of us that find ourselves, those kind of situations, not situation, but those of us who live like that, know the importance of unity. You know what I mean? That's why sometimes when you're talking some things, I'm saying.
It's alarming when you say that. So you are inferring that those are all that didn't grow up in Joas and Bedebo Creek. We don't know the importance of unity. That what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Dak, for example, you and I have been together from our time in Monrovia, in Vubadi, in Ghana. We have been together. But I also had the opportunity to introduce you to some friends that I know that are not from Vubadi. You know, like for example, DJ Kudi. DJ Kudi and ourselves live in the community, like friends, and like from the same house, we ate in the same bowl, we dating, we play check all together. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying some don't look at these things, they are not important to us. Sessional things, people like, for example, the last time
It is not important to you, but other people take it very seriously.
Yeah,
that's
so
why other people you see the other person is saying, "My Kaba the president." She's not taking it frivolously, she's taking it seriously.
Yeah, so but okay, so that's what I'm saying. What does it do for the progress of our union?
And that's why I want the president to denounce those things when people are saying, they say, "No, I'm not a Kabade president, I'm the president for the United Sapole Association." He has to make that correction.
You know, something when people say you yourself got to say, "No, that's not the president. The president is not like that. He doesn't think."
But he doesn't. I mean, if you go and praise Lisa Fale, Lisa Fale will actually insult the elders. The man will not deploy that. You not say, "Oh, this is unacceptable." But when Jim Yunter does it, then he comes out with a statement. But when the woman is insulting the elders, Green say, "My general and my front line general," you know, come on, dude. So you can see the palpable division from Green Code Geo.
Okay, so I'm hoping that this confusion in the future will enable us to just do away with some of these things. They are not necessary for our community. I don't support them. Just so you know, I'm not the person who will support going after people, verifying people. I think this organization is more charitable than these things. I don't buy into them. So
yeah, I mean, but the president is surrounding they see the organization in a different light. They see other people in a different light, you know. So and that's the problem right now. Because the guys they see themselves from either a Kabade bags or from a Dwason bags, you know, because they don't see it holistically. And that's why we are having these issues. And so those of you that see things from a broader perspective, try to prevail on those guys, because we tried. I was on the inside before. I tried to give my little that I know to President Gideon, and because I wasn't in Minnesota, so he doesn't listen to me. I mean, I was the publicity. I made the people, the global community, to know Green Code Gideon. I used the power of the internet to propagate the brother.
Okay.
But only to find out later, the brother, when I send communication, he doesn't reply to me, he doesn't call me back. Okay. And so those of us that mean well for the brother, he marginalized us. Yeah. And those that making it to look bad, those are the people he listened to.
Yeah.
How can you listen to Christopher Wiley and say Florida is a slaughter hall, and you don't denounce such a statement? And you say that is okay, you're quiet. You know, so it's not a unifier. Okay. So, but go ahead. I want you to give the opportunity to give your closing statement. You've been
so let me. I just want the Sabo people to know that abroad and back home, what is happening in the state in America is not a sessional thing. Nobody should make it sessional. It's not about Sincon. It's not about Kabade. It's not about Joason. It is a leadership problem. And we have to fight these things. We have to do it together. We have to sit down across the board, sit down, fixing one another, and say strictly to one another faces that these things are not right. We shouldn't be engaging into these activities. We have been united, and we saw what we can do together when we are united. And I just want to say to everybody, there is still room for peace. We will continue to talk to each other. I will be in Minnesota to speak to Mr. Sabri, to speak to Quincy Clark Myers. And I will also be in Minnesota to speak to the national president, national chairman, in an effort to get this thing resolved. I want to say thank you to Dak for making us available to your platform. Just so you know, our resignation from the Minnesota chapter doesn't mean we are not part of that community. It was hard for us to look in the faces of our people and say, look, it is wrong to have a convention here because that's our community. But it is why it is. Hopefully, we will get peace in the future. And I urge you, Dak, also to do your best to reach out to the president if it's not picking up. You were in Minnesota the other day. I didn't know whether you drove to the house to meet your brother. You know, let's try to work.
Dude, let's be realistic. I can't. I just drive to somebody's house if I'm calling the person, sending messages. He says, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, so he's not your brother. Seeing him, I mean, it's not just somebody seeing you as your brother. These are difficult times for us all, and I'm hoping that we will recognize that what holds the organization together is far more important than what divides us.
Okay, fair. You know, thank you so much, Mr. Dweh. You know, we came from all the way Ghana. Now I let you used to be the president for the state house, so you can stand the tension. You know, you're always relaxed guy. You know, that's pretty good. You know, that's something that I learned from you. You know, yeah. So I want to say thanks a lot for taking your time to join us today, even though it wasn't easy, but you maintained that poise, that sanfoa, you know. So yeah. So, but thank you so much, and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Look,
yeah,
it will not always be easy, and I'm used to it. You know, when I go to Minnesota, even here in FICO, I don't speak. I'm from Minnesota. Oh, I'm Minnesota, man, I don't speak. If I go to Minnesota now, I'm in hot seat. Let alone people like you. You know, I will always be bullied for my position, but what I can assure you is I will never shake. I will never allow anybody to intimidate me. My brother Gian Yoni is my brother. No matter what happened, I know Gian. Yeah, I know we've all been fighting for the same goal. So if he feels that way, that I'm two-faced, I'm a two-faced person, well, it is because I want peace.
No, it's a man Jackson that said that though.
Yeah, no, Jackson too. Yeah, Jackson too. Yeah, I'm two-faced. But
I like Jackson right in your face. That he's saying it right with you in the house and say, "My brother, you see, I'll let people talk it behind somebody back."
You know, because we debate issues every day. How can we unite this thing? And he feels the only way we can unite it is just sit with one group, say, "Oh yeah, this group is right. This group is right. Oh yeah, I admit that group is right. That's where we should go." But is it over? Is that the end of peace? No, I should also make myself available for the other group, listen and come back to you what they are saying. You know,
man, you're a vacillator, but that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Dweh, thank you, man. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
All right. All right, so guys, that's my man, Melvin Dweh. I tell my man talking, all relaxed all the time, just chilling, no shaking. He believes in what he believes, and he just says it. All right, so that's it, guys. Have a wonderful day. Let me play. Since Mr. Dweh wants peace, even though he got his legs across the river on the other side. But let's just do reconciliation here, you know, with a clean of traditional music as always, and do it here. So let's do the Asablende. Asablende. You know, that's all we're gonna do. Asablende. Reconciliation. Where are you? Let's see, man. Asablende. No fighting.
Asablende. A problema. No sagino.
Yeah, Jala, thanks for joining the show. Jackson Wulu, thanks for joining the show. Eric Roberts, thanks for joining the show. Emmett Blai, my man, thanks for joining the show from Liberia. Queen Diana. Carla Williams, thanks for joining the show. Maya Smith, thanks for joining the show. President Obaku, thanks for joining the show. Honorable Harrison. Jabba, thanks for joining the show. Let's see, Mother Middle City, thanks for joining the show. Let's see who I'm looking at here. I recognize Justin Wulu. Let's see here. Decanti Mami Dato, thanks for joining the show. Honorable Issa Sabre, thanks for joining the show. I'm not saying all of you, so if I don't call your name, it's not on purpose, but I want to say thank you so very much for joining us, and we will talk to you next week.
I'm on Deligo, I said I get it. Watch out, we want peace and unity. Watch out, we have come together. Love is the reason why we live. Love is the only thing that brings us together. Watch out, we want peace and unity. Watch out, we have come together.
Yep, that's it. We are out for the day.
Subscribe,
guys. Yeah.
If you like this video, smash this like button.
Hit the subscribe button, she said.
And thank you for watching my dad's video.
Good. Say follow us too as well on YouTube. We're on YouTube.
Follow us on YouTube and
click like.
Click the like button. And follow us on YouTube and click the like button.
Good job.
Bye. Bye. Okay.